Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Friday, May the 13th. Hey, it's Friday the 13th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know if you can hear me and see my screen. Thank you, Green. All right, guys. So obviously the big news of the day, Twitter. The drama continues. So big drop. Why? Well, Elon is saying, you know what? I'm just checking your filings, and I see that you've got you're suggesting 5% of the users are perhaps bots or spam, etc. I want to make sure it's only 5%, something like that. So anyway, re-examining the whole Twitter situation, and that caused, of course, the stock to drop from 45 down to 33. It's had a nice little bounce. So the drama continues, guys. That's why we were saying, people asked me a while back, well, listen, I mean, if it's gonna be bought out at 54.20, and the stock's sitting at 50, why don't I just buy it now and wait for the buyout? Even if it takes 3 or 4 months, that's 10% of my money. Why not? Well, so much can happen between now and the months that it's going to take for this buyout to take place, if it does at all. So that's why you always have to be careful. So what else is happening? We've got a bounce in the market so far. Let's see if this continues. We've got a nice bounce in the market. Market's up about five points on the SPY. So there's that. And so we're getting a lot of bounce plays of the stocks that have been beaten up quite a bit. Though Affirm actually is an earnings play. AFRM is an earnings play. So AFRM is an earnings play. Big gap up for it. Look at that. I mean, 37%. Wow. That was after hours, and it's holding. Okay, so they released after hours. You can see the mauve area on my chart right here. And there it is, holding. In fact, it's above the post-market high. So this could be interesting today. I mean, it's already interesting, of course, but will we be fading this pop, or will it continue? FIGS, FIGS is a earnings play down. FIGS is an earnings play down, and look at that. All-time low for FIGS. So this is an earnings play being crushed, and it's an all-time low. You know what that means, guys. If this shows up in my 10-day daily breakdown, this could be right for me to take it almost at the beginning, depending on what time we get the alert. I don't see, one of the nice things, it hasn't tried to regain very much, so it's still kind of hanging around the pre-market, or the pre-market lows, and it's below $10. So that is a primo one to keep an eye on. FIGS. Yeah, nothing you do. Yeah, anybody, the question in the YouTube room, if you're a standard subscriber, you can sign up for the test drive and you'll get upgraded to the premium service. Yes, for those 10 trading days. Hood. So Hood had a big bounce after hours. I guess the founder, or one of the co-founders of FTX, the crypto player, is I don't know what his percent stake is, but indicated that he's taking a stake in this. So Hood has had a nice bounce that happened after hours. Carvana, another stock that has been beaten up over the last while, having a bounce again with a lot of these call them tech stocks are bouncing. CVNA, growth stocks. We'll call them growth stocks, not tech stocks exactly, but growth stocks. CVNA, nice big bounce for it. Yeah, I want to confirm that. It's certainly, I want to confirm that, thing. I know I've been saying there is no auto trading at all, but give me a moment. Give me a moment. I want to nail this one down. Yeah, it doesn't look there's any no auto trading at all. Okay, no auto trading at all. All right, let me keep going here. Coin. Wow, coin had a big pop here. Wayne had a big pop here. Listen, I profess. I mean, I'm reading about Luna and pegs and this and that. I'm so out of the loop or out of touch on all what's happening here. I just kind of have an idea about what's going on. But anyway, here's coin. Big pop up for coin. Okay, sorry guys. Look at this one, this Otra. Now I read something about this that they really have very, very, very few shares in the short or in the float right now. Otra, and it's basically gone right back. But look what it did pre-market. I got up to $35. This is a SPAC, or this is going to be taken over. I just bring it to your attention because it hit $34 in the pre-market, right back down to 10. Riven, RIVN is gapping up, and Deutsche Bank has put a $69 price target on them. Why not? Another one that's been beaten up over the last while, and we're going to see so many of these today at the beginning anyway, with as long as if the market holds this gap. So Unity Software, another one that had earnings, got beaten up, but is coming back. NEWR. Let me see what's happening with this one. This is an earnings play. And it is not a lot of volume yet. That's why I have an asterisk beside it. So there's not a lot of volume yet, but it is down 11%. It's an earnings play. Obviously, once the market opens, the volume is going to pick up. And I just want to point this one out again. I know I posted it in the room, but RMTI is not up 836%. Or if you're wondering why I'm not talking about it, this is actually a reverse split, which is effective today. The reverse split ratio is 1 to 11. Okay, so this is not up 836%. MOLN. MOLN is gapping up still. Let's see if there's any news on this one. I don't see any specific news for MOLN. This one was a real sneaky one yesterday, ML. This was on my watch list, and I mean, it sort of at the end of the day, let's back this out on a 15-minute chart. You can see it had a little pop in the pre-market, and then it ran, and it stopped for a while, and then it had a nice little surge at the end, and it's just continuation right now for ML, the money lion. This was an earnings play, May the 12th. Yeah, so this was an earnings play yesterday, and it had and it actually, what I really wanted to say is that it continued after hours. So anyway, might be interesting today. It's not a low float, not a high float. Another one of those beaten up stocks, QuantumScape. Sorry, yeah, QuantumScape QS is trying to come back. Also, no news. TOST. This is an earnings play, and it is gapped up on earnings. 10%, 11%, decent volume. It's a big float. And this little one, MULN, which we've seen in the past, is another earnings play. Actually, May 16th market hour. So I'm sorry, this is next week, I guess. So the EV plays are, or EVs are active right now. Some of the other usual suspects like the NIOs, NIO, probably the LI, XPAV, of course, the Riven. So the EVs are in play as we speak. All right, it is now 9:11, so I'm going to do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have from briefing.com this morning. Fair amount of activity from the analysts this morning, so let me get some of them in. Again, this is from briefing.com, nothing to do with trade ideas. Let's see if there's any sort of a pattern here. I don't see any multiple upgrades. In other words, the same stock being upgraded by various firms. I do not see that. Look, so those are the upgrades right now. Look at the downgrades in now. And again, I'm looking for the same sort of thing. Do I see multiple downgrades? In other words, the same stock being downgraded by various firms? I don't see that. I'm hearing VERU. Viru is on the move. Of course, that was an earnings play yesterday, got absolutely clobbered. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. So also, guys, what you're seeing here, this is going to be the format for the test drive. I decided just to spring it on everybody the day of. Remember, but the day before, the test drive does start on Monday, but Friday afternoon, about an hour after the market closes, you will have access to the program. So I've actually created a layout that I can share. And it'll look like this, okay, including the AI. And this will be the layout that you will see during the test drive. Oh, good, good, good. I'm glad I caught that. It's pinned. Okay. We're going to have to do another one then. I better make sure none of these are pinned. Just give me a moment here. I just want to do this again. Save or share to cloud. too many. I've got to start deleting stuff. Here we go. Actually, guys, I just blew that also. What time is it right now? 9:16. Okay, what I have to do. Okay, I have to do this. Okay. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I just had to make sure that I had the correct link that I'm going to give out for the test drive layout. I wanted to make sure there were no sound alerts, nothing was pinned. I think I'm okay. All right, so what is happening? Listening, just looking to see if there's anything new kicking in. So again, figs, guys, is the one that may. Yeah, figs may be the one that is the very interesting one to look at a short. It's an all-time low. It's an earnings play. Nothing's holding it up. It's below that magic 10. You know what? I got to make one more change. This is crazy. All the little things that, okay, 920. Just give me a moment, please. There we go. Okay, now we're linking to all. That's what I wanted. Okay. Now I think I'm okay. I think we're okay. I think this is finally the layout that I can share. Okay, now I can get my screen back. All right, it's 9:22, so I'll do a quick look to see what the sectors are all about today. Obviously, we're going to have a lot of positive looking sectors, stocks that are up from yesterday's close. So I'm going to go to from our toolbar, click on new, and then dock channel bar, and take a look at the sectors. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So usually energy is either up 100%. I haven't even checked oil prices, either 100% or zero. So today, obviously, oil prices were up. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So for instance, here's XLE, the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you see 100%, that means that 100% of them are above yesterday's close. Okay. And again, with the market, I mean, every single sector, you can see every sector is up from yesterday's close. And yeah, I mean, just look at this. So now we look at this, I don't know, 10 minutes from now, half an hour from now, or an hour from now, and we look at the change from the open, and this could be completely different. So, but right now, obviously with a positive, the market is up about 4 points on the SPY. So this is why all the sectors look positive to begin with. Somebody's having an audio issue, so how's Twitter doing right now? What this is reality TV, guys, at the best, at its best. That's a great bounce for a firm. There's no question about that. It's a great bounce for a firm. An earnings play. The next high looking left, what are we now at 24.75? So the next high looking left, so it's above that high. The next high is 26.81. That's got some room. 25.05 right now. The next high looking left on the daily is 26.81. So I mean that definitely has some room before it hits that next high. Look at coin, guys. Zach, were you short coin just sort of in a pretend account? Man, oh man, coin is really having a bounce now. Absolutely. I wish they had more, but you know what? I mean, when they come up with something, yes, I do recall Hindenburg's. You know, they don't have too many that they come out with. Maybe, I don't know, once a month. I don't even know if once a month, but boy, they're usually bang on. You're wondering who we're talking about. We're talking about Hindenburg, which is one of these companies that publishes usually, well, I don't think they go long anything but short reports, and they're usually devastating to the company. No, I haven't shared my screen yet. I mean, I can do it. In fact, if you want to, yeah, take a look at, I hope that link is okay. I haven't shared my screen yet, but you can try that. So remember now, this is a layout. So if you have a layout already up and running, make sure you save your layout to the cloud first. All right, because unless you've got, well, make sure you save your layout to the cloud first before you load my layout. Now, I did not take any pre-market trades today, and I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. My suggestion is that if you're a new trader, relatively new trader, I wouldn't even trade in the first 30 minutes. Okay, let things settle down a little bit. Okay, yes, you will miss the ones that run right off the bat, but you know, with this program that we have here, we can find setups all day long. So well, look at Ribbon going down. So this is quite the upgrade by Deutsche Bank to $69. This is their put that out this morning, RIVN. And again, the only exception I make to not trading in the first 15 minutes, and it doesn't mean to absolutely do it, but for something like FIGS, which is an all-time low, and it's an earnings play, and it did not have any sort of a pop really in the pre-market, and it's below 10, so this could be ripe for a short. It's 120 million in the float, so it's not crazy high, certainly not a low float. Yeah, Art, I don't know how to help you. I'm really sorry. I just don't know how to help you. Did you try to change browsers, or it's really hard sometimes, so many different computer configurations out there. Unless this was a widespread problem, I just don't really know how to help you. And you probably can't even hear me. Yeah, less than a minute to the open, about 30 seconds to the open. So let's have a great end to this trading week, everybody. And remember, the test drive does start on Monday. I'll put the test drive link in right now. You can, of course, sign up right now. You'll have access to the program about an hour after the market closes today. So there's the test drive link. Okay, watching a firm. And how's that FIGS doing right now? Did not trigger right at 9:30, so and what's the market doing? So everything is up as we speak. But let's keep an eye on that first 15-minute candle on the SPY. And we have our first two halts of the day. DRIO just got moved, just got halted on the way down. DRIO just got halted on the way down. And OPNT just got halted on the way down also. So a couple of halts to start the day. Yeah, coin is just having a crazy day now. Now, as usual, at least for the last couple of weeks, watching this gap continuation or reverse scan that I've got, nothing will happen until at least 15 minutes. 9:45 doesn't mean we'll get an alert at 9:45, but I have a delay on purpose. The reason being is that stocks, look at FIGs, like stocks can go up and down quite a bit in the first 15. So I like to see things settle down just a little bit. Now look at Netflix even. Netflix is trying to get over 180. And Beyond Meat, a pop at the beginning of the day here. Some volume coming in. Still has yesterday's high to contend with, 29.40. It's about well, not quite $2 away. See, we're getting some wild swings on that coin. 71 now, right back down to 68. So Joby, this Joby, Joby is an earnings play, guys. Huge float. It is an earnings play, release earnings after hours. No huge reaction to that. Little up down action for the Toast, TOST, which is another earnings play. Yeah, look at a firm, guys, AFRM. So if you were thinking about going long right off the bat, I mean, this is what's happening with a firm. A little $2 drop, AFRM, earnings play. Again, I cannot emphasize enough that if you are new to trading, look, I'm not new to trading, but I set out the first 15 minutes. All right, we have to look at this one because DAC, I don't know if DAC's in the room yet. Here's BWV, guys, doing its thing again. One of these ones. This is one that is, for me anyway, extremely difficult to intraday trade. Okay, we've got a red candle forming on the SPY. Yeah, so as I said yesterday, if you're new to trading, I would probably set out even the first 30 minutes, never mind the first 15. One of the things, you start taking early trades, and what happens is, I mean, I'm not saying there are no early trades that will work. Of course there are. But I just find that the market is just too whippy in the first 15 that, stocks go up and down so quickly, you get stopped out. Nothing worse than taking a couple of early trades and then trying to play catch and lose and then try to play catch up for the rest of the day, which just puts you in a bad frame of mind. So my only recommendation is this: if you're new, I would set out the first 30 minutes. I know it can be tough watching stocks and thinking, man, I wish I got that one. Look at it go. But be honest with yourself. Take a look at another stock that you thought would go and take a look at it and see if it went and then came right back down, so be honest with yourself. Don't just look at the ones that you missed that kept going. So figs is still. So what I'm going to do with figs is I'm going to put in a, wow, that was right down here a 9. Actually, so that's a fairly big bounce. Well, I'm going to stick an alert around 932 and see if it really starts to move down from there. I say it's an earnings play. Oxy with Warren Buffett. How's his holdings doing? Not bad. Well, that's not true because he bought in this area here. So, but I mean, of course, he's going to hold this for 100 years. We Work. Wow, that'd be a great movie. The We Work movie. I mean, look at coin. Imagine trying to trade. Saying it's untradeable, but I mean, big topping tail, big bottoming tail. So already 71. You've got a $7 range, $7 range. In the first what 7 minutes. Yeah, I apologize for that, Art. I really, it's really, I don't know how to help when somebody has that sort of an issue, other than doing the refresh, changing browsers, things like that. It can be very difficult to try to pinpoint why something is not working, not getting sound, or not seeing my screen. It's really difficult. I wasn't dismissing you at all, but look at a firm now, guys, AFRM. I mean, that is just a big knockdown. I mean, this would it surprise anybody if it went negative? I'm not saying it's going to, but I mean, that's a big sell-off now. Well, NAWR was active in the pre-market, and what reason was that? That was an earnings play. It was a gap. Earnings play. It was a gap down on earnings. It's still down, but it is definitely recovering. So what this would, if you didn't have the 15-minute, if you didn't have the 15-minute delay here, which I put on, I do it on purpose, you would have seen this early as a gap down and reverse. Remember what this one is doing? This has four strategies, four alert windows in it. The gap up and go, which means it gapped up and kept going. Gap down and reverse, it gapped down like this one, gap down and reversed. Gap up and reverse, so it went up and then it's reversing, or the gap down and go, it gapped down and it kept going. Of course, when we get these alerts, for instance, in the gap up and go, that doesn't mean it's going to keep going, okay? It's just that all the filter requirements were met, and at the time, it gapped up and it kept going. Of course, it doesn't mean that it's just going to keep going. All right, GDRX, GDRX. So this one, wow, this is an interesting one right now, guys. I mean, it took out that high right there, 855. It's on the way, 867. It had earnings on the 9th, got hit down on earnings, GDRX, but it is trying to recover, with the market a little bit. But it is still early. But of course, if this one, the best thing can happen for me is for this to just kind of base just a little bit here, not get too carried away yet. Though I may not do that. It may just start to it may just keep running. The reason being is when you look left, look at the high is 1232. So there is a ton of room until that next high. Yeah, well, Figs is not breaking down, so hey, who knows? Maybe this will be more like a bounce play instead of the. I was kind of hoping that it would break down. Well, if you can handle this one, I mean, this is a very, very whippy one to trade intraday, but here it goes. I know DAC is. I don't know if you're still long this one, DAC. If you held a piece of it. Oh, I see what you're talking about, Brad. This talking with traders. Yeah, how do you get rid of that? Please. All right, guys. So Beyond Meat is almost beyond yesterday's high. BYND. We're almost getting to that first 15 minutes where we'll start to get some of these ones in the gap continuation in reverse. This is probably the last day in which this will be super active because a lot of the things that we get are earnings plays. There's Sono from yesterday, and next week we only have 160 companies releasing earnings. This week was 600. So I don't think it's going to be as active as it was yet last. Well, there's no way it'll be as active. Doesn't mean we won't get some decent looking alerts, but it just won't be as active. So Sono just took out yesterday's high. 2240 is yesterday's high. Another one that is popping is BHC after getting trashed on earnings. BHC, it had a decent recovery. This is earnings 2 days ago on the 10th, got hit down, but has had a nice, gentle recovery over these, now third day. Okay, here we go. So we have our first ones in the gap continuation or reversal scanner, some gap up and goes. There's Chewy, CHWY is not an earnings play. And let's take a look left, 29.18. That's got some room. 29.18 is the next high looking left. So that's about what, $1.40 away. $1.40 away from the next high. So there goes Chewy. Again, I'm not saying to take any of these trades. These are just, I'm pointing out the opportunities. See, look at Figs. This is now a gap up, gap down, and reverse. This is now Figs is now a gap down and a reverse. Let's see if this reversal holds over 10 anyway. The pre-market highs it's over the pre-market highs now. Okay, so it's over the pre-market highs. Let's see if this, wow, look at it go, guys. Look at FIGS go. FIGS, a gap down and reverse. Again, this is what I'm talking about, okay? A gap down and reverse, gap down and reverse. Now, does it mean it's going to keep reversing forever? Of course not, but right now it's definitely an interesting looking play. And you see the AI is a couple of ones already short WVE now, 125 to 120. And it is shortable, Interactive Brokers. Just wanted to make sure. All right, keep an eye on the FIGS, guys. The longer it holds over 10, FIGS. All right, what's happening with PAYO? P-A-Y-O. Don't know these guys at all. Payoneer Global, P-A-Y-O. And this is, let's see, what sort of action do we have here? Looks like there's too much resistance, guys. I mean, between here and 5 for PAYO. It's not a low float either. It's 200 million in the float. Earnings after hours yesterday. No big reaction, but yeah, so Tom, you won't have you won't have access to the program until about an hour after the market closes today, okay? It doesn't start really till the 16th. No live date until the 16th, okay? But about an hour after the market closes today, you'll actually be able to do things with the program. So, joining before the test drive starts is basically you're just pre-registering. Hopefully that made sense, Tom. All right, guys, FIGS in danger of losing 10, so this may not be. Just watching it to see if it can hold 10 and then bounce from there. Doesn't look. Well, yeah, today, but an hour after the market closes. Okay, Tom, unless they've made some kind of a change. It's usually an hour after the market closes on the Friday. Just watching the FIGS, guys. I'm just watching to see if it can hold 10. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. If you want, Tom, I can give you the homepage, okay? You can ask the question, but unless they made a change that you can have it right now, but as far as I know, It's an hour after the market closes today, okay? Approximately. So you can go to the home page and ask the question. Look at DVAX here, guys. DVAX is not an earnings play, but this is on the run here. This is another gap up and go. Now look at this CPNG from yesterday. So you're seeing some of the AIs. This is the layout that you're going to see for the test drive. Okay, I've created a layout. It's going to look like this. So you'll see the AI in action. Okay, well, we've got a couple of green candles to start the day. Yeah, so the short growth and the float data gets updated every 15 days, twice a month, okay? And that is standard in the industry. Okay, Rob? Wow, look at this. Son of a. I saw this ISAN a little bit earlier. This is just ripping. Is this the one you were talking about? No, Zach. What was the one you're saying be careful? You sort of rolled it in with the TNON. So far, so good on this BRP, the burp, BRP. Okay, Tom, so yeah, just click on that link and then I'll show you what I'm talking about. Just click on the link to the home page. Okay, when you click on the link I put in there, then just you're going to see a little, not a pop-up exactly there, questions and answers. Okay, questions and answers. And then just click on ask and ask the question. Hey, I've signed up. When do I get my data? I'd be surprised if you're getting it right now. If that's what they said, it's usually an hour after the market closes on Friday. Okay. Okay, so the figs Figs is looks like it's a non-event. The only way I'll take a look at it again is if it gets over, say, about 10.15, maybe up here, but this looks like it wants to drop now. Say 10.17. Oh man, remember Lemonade yesterday? Lemonade was a great one yesterday, and the next high looking left is 21.60. So even Lemonade has some room. What is burp anyway? Is this a BR? I know it's burp, not burp, but BRP. So it had earnings on the 10th. Okay, so that was the reaction, and another one that is trying to recover. BRP trying to recover. Wow, Apple's all the way down to 144. Ooh. Keep an eye on the lemonade, guys, with a big break of 21. This could get rolling again. This was a really active one yesterday. Lemonade, LMND. Yeah, but about an hour after the market closes. I mean, in theory, it could be a minute after 4 o'clock Eastern, but I always say give it about an hour. And then for anybody in the test drive, you should have access to the program. And then you can play around. You can have my layout. You can take a look at all my scans. You can take a look at all the scans that are in the toolbar. Get set for the test drive. Here's another one that is a gap up and go, guys. The CLSK, and let's see, what's the next high looking left is 683. So this has got some room, modest float, 39 million in the float. Remember yesterday, Sierra Wireless, this was one that was really kind of a nice one. It was an earnings play, and it's continuation now on earnings. Sierra Wireless, SWIR. Another gap up and go is NIO. Now, these, of course, an EV player out of China, but let's take a look left, 1468. That's the next high. Is that right? 1436. I just think that, it'll be tough to get through all this. Just checking some of the ones from my watch list to see if anything is really running. Don't see any yet. Yeah, see what happened with this. Remember, this one looked really interesting at the beginning, GDRX. I mean, it might still, if it takes out 9 again, it's got a lot of room if it wants to keep running, if it can take out 9 again, and that is the GDRX. Market is still relatively strong. Do we have any disconnect? We have no disconnect. So NAS is up, Dow's up, and the SPY is up. So we have no disconnect in the market. How about donut? DNUT. This is Krispy Kreme. Now this is coming into the 200-day. It's not, well, the VWAP is 1410, so it's above the VWAP, but it's getting close to that 200-day moving average of 1480. Okay, my alerts have sort of dried up a little bit here. How's that H&R block doing? Is it still running after, yeah, even a third day? Look at this, guys. What a strong earnings play. So H&R Block, HRB had earnings 2 days ago, continuation yesterday, and it is continuing today still. It's a great 3-day continuation off earnings. All right, can you take out 21 again, Mr. Lemonade? LLMD. Bit of a spread issue. You mean jumping around all day? Probably. Yeah, it's just I'm just not really going to watch it now. No, only will watch it if it gets over that 1016 mark later on, maybe. But other than that, it's just too choppy. Well, the crypto plays like Riot and Mara, I'm sure are probably running right now. There's Riot. So as long as this BRP, if it can hold over 22, that's the next high looking left a couple of days ago. And then the next high after that is 24.49, 24.50, say. So, I mean, this has got some room. If it can hold, this is from the AI. All right, so Upstart had it's still positive, but it's starting to drift down. UPST, very active trader. And we have another halt or resume. This is an IPO, guys, I guess, ASNS. So it's below the IPO price, 349. IPO was priced at $4. Very low number of shares. Looks like less than 4 million. So keep an eye. So if this breaks over 4, okay, Lemonade, are you going to do it? Are you going to get over that 21 again? Where was I with that other one? ASNS. So what I'm going to do is just stick an alert at around the 395 mark, see if it takes it out later on. That was, I mean, it's obviously right now, there's not a lot of exuberance with this one. Otherwise, it would have traded a lot higher than 4. Well, I don't know, Roger, maybe 4 or 5. Depends on the day, of course. I'm not a super active trader. Even if I weren't moderating a room, I'm moderating a room, a little more distracting, obviously, but I'm not a super active trader. Never have been. Try to be pretty selective. I'm really waiting on this lemonade to see if it can take out. I mean, it was so active yesterday, and we had to be careful on it. But this 21 takes out the 21. Next high over here is 2160. So it doesn't have a ton of room, but yeah, we'll see. All right, QuantumScape QS, what sort of room does it have? This is another gap up and go. QuantumScape. If you look left, well, 1340. So this has got some room too. I mean, a lot of these are just trying to crawl back after many, well, not just these days, but many, many, many months of being sold off. Oh, I think I'm missing out on the Bumble. Yes, I missed out on the Bumble. 24, 24, 24.87 now. My watch list is probably a little too active today. So check out the watch list now. So we had Viru at 1173, 1230 now, beyond 2940. It did get up to 3038. So what you're seeing here, these are the original alerts. And so you can kind of track to see what happened from the original alert. There's the time. Nothing happens in these two windows also until 9:45. I do put a delay on that also. Again, to try to let things settle down just a little bit. And so that's why, so again, these are ideas. These are all just ideas. Even the AI, these are ideas. So let's see the Peloton 1471. You can see that blue arrow. That's not, there's nothing to do with buying or selling or anything like that. It's just designating on the chart, the 2-minute chart, the candle that happened on the 15-minute chart. There it is. On the 5-minute chart, there it is. It's all it means. It's just telling you where the alert happened on the different time frames. So again, 471, got up to 15. Fastly, 1174. Well, it's on the move. H&R Block, we talked about that one, 3089, modestly up. I don't think GDRX, what did it get up to? Nah, didn't really move that much. BHC, I think, dropped. No, it's even up. So again, if you're looking for a watch list, just to concentrate on a few stocks for the day, I actually think I have too many in here, but if you're new to trading, just to concentrate on a few stocks for the day, that might be a better way to go rather than trying to figure out, like, have 10 different alert windows firing off left and right. Probably get nothing done. That's why I created the watch list, to try to get people to concentrate just on a few selections for the day. But again, this doesn't mean when you get the alert, you just pile into it. This was a great one, Veru. 1173 got all the way up to 1350. Little push for the lemonade. 2160 could be a stalling point. MCW, Vicky. Hi, Vicky. Mr. Car Wash. Probably not a good business to have been in during the pandemic when hardly anybody was driving. Or a lot of people weren't driving, not taking their cars to work and stuff like that. So All right, so my alerts have kind of dried up now, guys. Yeah, look at donut, but it's coming into the 200-day moving average, DNUT Krispy Kreme. This is their second go at an IPO back here. They IPO'd a few years ago, yanked it, and then they did another one. I think that's what happened. I'm not sure I understand the question, Monsieur Guillaume. I'm not sure I completely understand the question. So this is turning into be not a bad little short, guys. This RKLY from the AI. There you can see right there, the 236. So when you see something on the y-axis, that means it's an AI alert. So 236. And of course, the stop is on top because this is a short. And so it's, it's inching its way down. I mean, it's not incredibly like the one yesterday that was awesome was real, REAL. That was an AI alert to short, and that was a great percentage move. You can just see what happened on that. Look at that 15-minute chart. I mean, look right there. The sell was at around 396, and it got down to, I mean, 311, pretty steadily all the way down. I mean, that was just an awesome percentage move. All right, so as I said yesterday with the AI, so you had an alert for BRP at 2155. Now, you might look at it and go, oh man, I missed it. Okay, and I'm not saying it's going to move higher from here, but look what it's doing. It's basing just around 22, all right? But more importantly, when you look left, what do we see? We see 22 is the high. Okay, so if it can continue to be above that high of 2 days ago, then it has then the next area is 2450. Okay, because that's the next high looking left. So if you can kind of see that if it can hold 22 as it's doing, and then catches a bid, get some volume, I mean, it could continue to run. So don't get hung up on the fact that, wow, I guess I can't take this one now because it's 40 cents away, 45 cents away or so. No, they can set up later on. Use it like a watch list. And again, I'm not saying that even if it, starts to pop off this 22 on volume, that there's 100% certainty that it's going to, move higher and try to test that void. But, just all I try to do is put the odds in our favor. And just like to take one of the aspects of why a stock will not keep moving higher out of the equation, one of them being chart resistance. All right, Lemonade, are you going to get close to the 2160? Here it is right there. There's that 2160. How close can you get? Now, this has not got a ton of volume, 290,000 shares. That is 6 times normal, so there is that, but that's probably contributing to the spread, which is 2209, 2217. So it's a bit of a tough spread right now for BRP, but again, if it can hold here and just start to run. Now, if you took this Rockley, then the next thing is looking left. 212 is the next low looking left. So it's just just flip this, kind of flip the script in your head. Now, if you're shorting, you have to look left to see where the next lows are. So I mean, if it got anywhere, if you were able to take this short, close to that 236 area, and it got anywhere close to that low, that'd be another awesome percentage gain. I mean, it's at 5.5% now. Some pretty good, yeah, some pretty good action in the SPY, guys. Kind of encouraging. Will it hold? That is the billion, never mind million, the $1 billion question. Will it hold today? Wow, it's already 10:20. So quickly go over some of the things that I should discuss right now, especially the test drive. If you want to try us out, you can sign up for the test drive. I'm going to put the test drive link in. I'll explain what the test drive is. Meanwhile, BVAX. All right, there's the test drive link. You click on the link, and this is what you're going to see. So the test drive starts on Monday, and this is a fixed from May the 16th to the 29th. All right, you can't say, well, I can only start it on the 17th. That's fine, you can do that, but you're not going to get 10 trading days, just so you know. So it'll cost you $11.11 for 10 trading days with trade ideas. It'll be as if you have our full premium service, except no auto trading, no auto trading, no auto trading at all. Okay. Otherwise, though, but you'll have access to the AI. I don't agree with auto trading anyway, but you'll have access to the AI to see how it works, how it looks. If you have our standard service, you're also eligible. It'll cost you the $11.11. So you can upgrade to the premium service. When the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We don't put you into a program, so don't worry about that. Now, approximately an hour after the market closes today, you'll actually have access to the program. So why is that important? Well, if you're going to take the test drive, and you should be prepared for it. You want to take it seriously. You should get prepared for it. So here's how you can get prepared for the test drive. And by the way, you can still sign up all the way up until next Friday, but you will not get the 10 days. So again, I just want to make sure everybody understands you get the 10 full days if you can go from the 16th to the 29th. So again, if you can start on the 17th, you'll get 9 days. You start on the 18th, you'll get 8 days. Okay. Just want to make sure people understand that. So now the next thing, I'm going to put my homepage link in. Type of stop losses do I use? I usually size up the chart no less than a 5-minute chart and see where I think there is a support area so if it broke down to that area, that's where I want to be out. That's me. If you're new, I would take the low of the previous 5-minute candle and try that. But that's what I do. All right, so if you click on my link, my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So again, we already talked about the test drive. So if you're going to take the test drive, well, first of all, okay, let's just cover this quickly. If you want to take out a subscription right now, of course you can do so. Here's a promo code you can use, Barry4L, for 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. This gives you an idea how much Trade Ideas costs. We have 4 plans, annual, monthly, premium, standard. So premium is $2,000 for the year, less the 15%. So what they're trying to do here is show you if you took it, this would work out to $167 a month. Of course, that would be less because you'll get 15% off the annual. And so with the standard it's 1,000 less the 15%. So in other words, you would divide 12 into the discounted rate, and that would give you the per month average. You can't sign up for 167, you got to pay it all up front. So the big difference between premium and standard is the AI, which you see here. Now, you don't have to take out an annual subscription ever. If you don't want to, that's fine. You can, in fact, my recommendation is do not take out an annual unless you absolutely know you want the program. So we have annual or premium is $228, standard is $118. You can apply that 15% discount to the first month only. After that, if you maintain these monthly, this is what you'll pay. But at any time, if you want to upgrade from a monthly to an annual, we will honor the 15%. So my recommendation is, you can try us out. Just try us out here. Of course, if you're going to take the test drive, you might as well take the test drive for $11.11 for the 10 trading days. So again, you're going to take the test drive, or even if you're just starting out with Trade Ideas, do this first. So let's get started. Okay, it shows you, take you about 30 minutes. There are 10 videos. The download and installation, the first startup and login, what the toolbar is all about, and right-click magic, layout styles, etc. Okay, do yourself a favor before you do anything else. Okay, take a look at the Let's Get Started. The next step after you've done that, then you can go to the education section. You click here. Then you can take a look at the user guide. Okay, now the user guide it's segmented. Don't get hung up on how much information there is here. Probably if you're just getting going, all you have to do is take a look at these first four. The getting started, which you've already done, hopefully. The channel bar, which I'll take a look at, all the theme-based channels. And you should know what an alert window is and what a top list window is and how to create them if you want to create your own scans. But of course, I'm going to show you that even if you don't want to create your own scans, you don't have to. I'm sharing a lot of my scans, and in this in the channel bar, there are a lot of scans. But you still should know what the difference is between an alert window and a top list window. Okay, so but again, don't get hung up on how much information there is, and also the full table of contents, all searchable. So the support session, so I take a break at noon between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. And today it's Friday, so it should be Andy in our YouTube room. So I'll confirm that before I take my break. I'll put the YouTube link into the main room before I do take my break, in case you want to head over there and listen to Andy for that 1 hour time slot. Chris will be here, will be there also. 3:30 to 4:30. I shut down the main room at 3:30. Chris will be in the YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30 today. And again, you can ask him all sorts of questions. The daily webinar, so we're on hiatus now for the couple of weeks, but they'll resume in a couple of weeks, but you can sign up for them all right here. And last, back to basics. If you are a new trader or new to trading or just looking for a refresher, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. Starts off with what is a stock. So please take a look at this. It's all free. So again, if you're going to take the test drive and you want my scans or take a look at my scans, here's my scan section. Of course, if you're a subscriber right now, of course you have access to this, but these are the scans that I'm sharing. This gap continuation or reverse has been a star for a couple of weeks. As an example, I've been referring to that one quite a bit. People ask, what do I use in the pre-market? These two predominantly, the pre-market actives up and down, and along with the gap up and down, but if I only had two to choose from, these would be the ones I'd look at. And I've been, using these with virtually the same filters for probably, I don't know, 10 years. But I have a lot of other scans, of course. You hear me refer to Zach's bouncers and toppers. But you can take a look at all these. Okay, once again, an hour after the market closes today, you'll have access to my scans. I'm also going to share a layout, the layout that you see on the screen. I'm going to share that layout. More information on my homepage. You can get the trade of the week. That is free, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon. Okay, so a lot of information though in these three sections. So let's get started. My scans and the education. Save my link. Then you can look at this anytime you want. Get my window sized. Are you still asking me, Joe? Market trailing question mark? No, I don't use trailing stops. As I said, I use my initial stop is usually set up based on what I see on a chart. Okay, what I think there might be a support area, and I don't use trailing stops because I'm typically only in at most two trades at the same time. So I like to see what the market's doing, how it's trading, and I'll adjust my stops, but it's not a trailing stop. If I were in a bunch of trades at the same time, yeah, I'd have to automate it a little bit more, but I'm never, shouldn't say never, but rarely am I in more than two trades at a time. All right, guys, I'm out of the lemonade. Okay, lemonade, it got right up to that 2160. And I may get back into it. Got it popped a little bit over it, came right back down to it. So that was my exit. And if it gets back over it, I may take the trade again, because if it does, the next high is 23. So at this point, I'm not in anything. I'm in no trades right now. So again, what is Trade Ideas? We're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter what broker you're using, and it doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. Now, you notice in my homepage, I was sharing a lot of scans. So again, you're going to take this test drive. If you click on New from our toolbar and then Dock Channel Bar, this is what you're going to see. So these are all theme-based channels. So a very popular one is Momentum. I'm just loading it. So these are all scans that we have created. So for instance, here's the Viru. Okay, Viru is making a new high after new high after new high. I click on the alert. You can just see it right here. It's been an absolute awesome one today. So if you like this scan, if you thought, well, you know what, I wouldn't mind this scan. And if you like it as it is, now when I say that, for all of alert windows and top list windows, if you want to see what it's looking for, you just right click, configure, summary. You know what, in the getting started, it says the right click magic. Well, this is what we're talking about. So you want to see what any scan is looking for. That's all you have to do is just, I'll start again. Is you just right click, configure, summary. That's going to tell you in English what the scan is looking for. So in this particular scan, it's looking for stocks between 1 and 50, current volumes at least 3. It means it's trading 3 times normal up to this point of the day, and 100,000 shares, etc. So if these filter values are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, you get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks. Okay, these are real-time alerts. That's what we're really good at. You create sort of a, well, you create your strat. I don't want to call it a strategy. These are idea generators. Okay, so you create your filters and then, or put in the filters that you want. Now, if you like it the way it is, then you can save it to the cloud and you can go to another channel and then you can maybe take another scan, save it to the cloud. But of course, if you want to modify this, you can. In other words, if I don't like that price range, if I want it to be between 10 and 100, I'll click on OK and see how that has changed. If I like it, click on OK again. So now it has changed to 10 and 100. Or you could have changed the volume, or if you get used to using trade ideas, maybe you add another filter in or take one out. But to keep it simple, you might just want to have it the way it is and then save it to the cloud. Or again, you can modify it and then save it to the cloud. Now, a word about this, if you make a change and then you go to another channel, then you come back, your change is not saved. The reason that is not saved is because the fact you want to make a change, the channels are for everyone, okay? So the fact you want to make a change to something does not necessarily mean that's what everyone else wants. So just so you know that when you make a change, but typically how I would be using these channels is going through them, maybe extracting some scans that you like. So you don't have to stay on the channel all day long. You can just extract the scans that you like. And once you've done that, then you just load them back from the cloud one at a time. And then you can create your own layout without actually having to know how to build a scan from scratch. Okay, we try to make it very, very simple for you. BYX. No, another one. We're getting some halts on the way down. They don't all get halted on the way up, Ija. Seeing a lot of halts on the way down now. Now, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. So when the company started in 2003, the founders said, you know what? Most people probably don't want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their scans. So this is what they did. I'm going to right click on an alert window, click on configure. Instead of summary this time, I'm going to click on search. With all of these icons, when you see these icons, these are the alerts. And when you see these icons, these are the filters. Do not get hung up on how many there are, okay? We have to create enough alerts and filters because, there are all sorts of different trading styles, thousands of customers with different trading styles. So we try to create enough alerts and filters so that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if they want to build their own scan, okay? So don't get hung up on how many they are. You don't have to learn them all. I hardly know it. I have a few I use and that's it. Boy, look at this variable. Well, what a comeback, guys. I mean, this was really sinking, sinking, sinking. This is a COVID play. This was a COVID play. This got it rolling way back here on the 11th of, so about a month ago. This was a COVID play. It's still, it popped and popped and popped, got all the way up to 17 and fell. And then it was the earnings play on the 12th. And this was the reaction. It wasn't good. It got down to 676, so it's almost doubled from there now. But it's just a computer. It's just a program kicking in, Ija. You get very hung up on this, but Oh, look at Nautilus. Wow, look at Nautilus, NLS. All right, so I want to talk about the AI now. If you're in the test drive or have a premium service, make it easy on yourself. I know we have an AI channel. I wouldn't look at that one. Okay, what I would do is this. I would click on New from our toolbar, and then click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Make it easy. Don't complicate the issue. When you do that, this is what you'll see. This is what you'll see. And the AI, there's nothing for you to do. You don't have to set up anything, is what I'm saying. The earliest the alerts will be 9:35. You see, the earliest one was at 9:38, and you just wait for the alerts to happen. You have an entry. You don't have to get in right at the entry. Remember, I was talking about this BRP lifting off 22, giving you a second chance to get in if you missed the first one at 21:55. It still has the room. So, I mean, there's no video that's going to show you, well, here's how you use the AI. All I would do is you have the entry, you have a stop, and in the layout that I'm sharing, it is sorted on the profitable trades. Okay. Forget about the ones, I don't even know if there are any other trades that aren't profitable. Let me just see. Yeah, so there are a couple down here. Who cares about them? Just look at the ones that are profitable and concentrate on those all day. It's no different from your creating your own watch list, okay, of stocks that you want to follow, and you, in theory, would only be following the ones that are working, working in that, giving that type of look you're looking for. So, the AI is no different. Just concentrate on the ones that are working all day long. And again, how you trade it will be up to you. For instance, though, so here was the entry for a short for RKLY. Notice that the AI, in its auto fashion, has not exited that trade. Remember, this is a short. Now, my way of thinking, you know, there'd be no way I wouldn't have taken at least some off. If something goes from 236 down to 213, I mean, that's a great percentage move. I would never allow this to pop back up. Probably right around here, I would have been taking some out. The other thing, as I constantly say to people, is look left. So where's the next low looking left? 212. Look where it got to, 213. Okay. So if you're taking this trade, that's the thing you should have been aware of. Where could it get down to before it hits the next low? And so instead of letting this thing come right back up, in my opinion anyway, you got to be taking some profit here. Maybe all. I mean, I can't tell you how much to take, but I'd probably be out of it entirely just because I'm looking at this thinking, well, it's going to hold, or even two being a psychological number could hold it. So you see, there's no right or wrong way, but that's why I trade. When you get an AI or any trade, any alert, you should go through some analysis. I never take a trade. I never take a trade. Oh, 1057, pile into the trade right now. I'm always looking at the charts. See what's happening. I know there are a lot of you that want to just think that they can just automate the AI, turn it on in the morning and count your money in the afternoon. I'm sorry, it won't work that way. Witness this one. I mean, to maximize your gains on this, in my opinion. I mean, listen, this might come right back down, and maybe later on it does crash through too. I mean, I don't know, but I'd be looking at this and sizing up that, saying, "Wow, that's pretty good support. Maybe I should be taking some." You can create channels. I don't create any channels, Jay. There is a way to create the channels. I'd have to figure it out how. I just save layouts. I don't really, I just, so what you're talking about is, okay, in the channel bar, and I think I created one called test, have your channels up here. The reason I don't, I'm not saying don't, but you can, I think there's a video on how to do it, okay? I don't really flip from layout to layout all day long. If you've been in the room enough, not just you, Jay, but I keep the same layout open all day long. And so it's not like but if I wanted to go to a channel, I would just go to it. I would just click on a channel and that would be it. So I mean, you can create your own channels and put them up here. There's a video on how to do that. I just don't do it. It's just it's just nothing. I don't want to say I don't see the point in it. It doesn't really make that much difference if I see my channels up here because I only stay on one channel all day long really. My layout is the one I want to see all day long. So you can create your layout and then just save your layout. You can save it to the cloud to your computer, save layout, give it a name, okay, and save it. And you can save it to the cloud. File, save or share to cloud. And probably you want to click on entire, give it a name. So you can create different layouts, just give them different names. And it's simple to load them back, it's file, load from cloud, and you'll see them. So is it an extra step? Yeah, I guess so, but there is a video, I guess, on how to create your own channel. I guess there is. And last, this window called Brokerage Plus, that we call Brokerage Plus. So the Brokerage Plus link that I just put in there, this window here sort of shrunk down because I've got the AI here, but this window here is called what we call Brokerage Plus. So I put the link in and there's two videos. The short video shows you if you have an interactive brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? And this will be available. This will be available during the test drive also, just no auto trading, that's all, okay? But please listen carefully. If you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means you don't have access to this feature. That's all it means. We're a scanner, first and foremost. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use us. Now, the other way I like to demonstrate its use is as a simulator, though. If you're new to trading, or even if you just wanted to, maybe you create a new alert window and you want to test the ideas that come from it, you can practice, in the simulator. Our simulator and the second video, sorry, I should have gone back. The second video in that Brokerage Plus link, a lot longer. It shows you in way more detail how you can use this window. But how I like to demonstrate its use is as a simulator, paper trader. So again, if you're new to trading, cannot emphasize enough to practice trading first before you commit money to the market. I know you get, everybody's eager. They want to start trading right away. Hey, you might get lucky, but I'm telling you, if you should practice first. If you can't make money in a simulator, it's going to be awfully hard to make money when you're trading live because in a simulator, even if you follow some rules that you have set up, it's easy to get in and out of trades because, it's just not real money. But when you start trading and you see your P&L whipping up and down, it's a different ball game. I suppose, it's like the poker analogy. You can go on these free sites and you can, play against people all around the world and do great. Now, all of a sudden, you go to a site that, now you're playing with real money. How does that change you? Okay. Are you talking about the layout you see here, Rio? Okay, so I have created a link for that. Hopefully it works. Remember, it is a layout. So make sure you save your layout to the cloud first, okay? Before you do that, before you do this. Otherwise, your layout will disappear, okay? So make sure you save, you have a layout up and running, make sure you save it to the cloud first before you load my layout. Otherwise, your layout will disappear. So as a simulator, the good news, you don't even need a broker. You know, if you're still unsure about who your broker is going to be, you don't even need a broker. Because it's using our real-time data. And again, this is all available during the test drive. So you can click on sim. Again, it uses our real-time data. So you click on sim. Notice it says not connected. You click on sim, and this is going to change to, I think, account. When it changes to account, should have gone away. Just a second. Give me a moment. Okay, so again, you click on sim. This says not connected. So click on sim and it'll say account, then click on account and it should say simulated trading default. Now you're in the simulator. Now you can practice trading. So it's super simple to do. Let's say you wanted to trade hood. Okay, you see, you click on an alert, it shows up. Pick how many shares you want to trade. Let's go 300 shares. Let's go in at the spread is only a penny, so you click the buy button and then send it and you'll be in the trade. Okay, so there it is. Now I'm going to demonstrate some money management techniques. Before you take a trade, you should have some kind of a checklist. In fact, the way I like to describe it more is that you should be looking for all sorts of reasons not to take a trade, not to take a trade. Be selective. You should have some kind of a checklist that unless you can check every single box, you don't take the trade. Now, if you're going to ask me, well, what am I checking? Does it really matter what I'm checking? You know, you have to discover, if you're new to trading, you have to kind of discover what sort of a trader you are. And you know, when you first start out, you won't know. I didn't know that I wanted to be a momentum trader when I first started out. A momentum trader meaning, looking at stocks near the high or the low of the day. I didn't know that. I was trying all sorts of different trading styles. I settled on that because it just seemed to make sense to me. But many people think that's crazy. They'd rather wait for a stock, no, not at the high of the day, but to pull back to a certain level and then take the trade. And that's fine. There are all sorts of different trading styles. Now, one of the things is that in my scans, I've already able to check most of the boxes. In other words, I'm never going to see something outside of the price range that I want. I'm always going to see something that has at least the minimum volume that I want, maybe the relative volume that I want. So a lot of the things are already checked. And then the next thing I do is I click on the alert and then I kind of size up what's the market doing. If I'm going long and it's near the high of the day, I look left to see, okay, where's the next high on the daily chart? If I can't see anything on the daily, I go to the weekly. If I can't see anything on the weekly, I go to the monthly. I mean, so that's my style. Doesn't have to be your style. So the next step is, okay, assuming that you're in the trade. Now, guess what? Not every trade is going to work, even if it's the best setup ever. So I always have a stop. stop. The stop is the price I'm going to get out of the trade if I feel it's not working. Now, how I do a stop is I usually size up on a 5-minute chart where I think there is some support. Okay, and if it broke down through that support level, I want to be out of the trade. If you're starting out though, because support and resistance, we get this question all the time. Do you have support and resistance? Your idea of support and resistance may be completely different from mine. So it's a little bit subjective. What is not subjective though is the low of the previous 5-minute candle. So you can practice, a stop using the low of the previous 5-minute candle. That's a defined number. So why is it all important to know where your stop is? Because that is going to share size you. Well, how does it share size you? Well, the next step is if you have a $5,000 account, I hope it makes sense that you're not going to be risking $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, I'm always demonstrating risking $100 a trade. And the way I trade is I do not vary by much how much I'm risking from trade to trade. In other words, I don't risk 1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 50 the next. I try to keep it about the same within reason every single trade. In the simulator, I'm demonstrating a risk of $100. So, well, okay, I should have taken 500 shares instead of. Let me get out of this trade. I'm going to flatten the trade. I'm just trying to make the math easy. These are hotkeys. This will get you out of a trade. Okay, so now I'm going to take the trade again. This time I'm just trying to make the math very, very simple. So I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to go in at the ask. I'm going to send it. Okay, so I'm back in the trade. The entry was 1053. I'm going to put my stop at 1033. Why? Minute 1053. Yeah. Add the stop at 1033. And this is just to make the math easy. You're going to see a red line, red on 100. You see a red line appears on the chart. It says minus 100. How did that happen? Well, you see, I don't take the same number of shares every trade. How many shares I take is dictated by the difference between my entry and my stop. And remember, I'm risking $100 in the simulator. I'm risking $100 every trade. So the difference between the entry stop is 20 cents. If I divide 20 cents into $100, you get 500 shares. So in other words, I'm not taking the same number of shares every trade. It's based on the difference between my entry and where I've placed my stop. Okay. By the way, lemonade, I'm not in it anymore, but it's still looking pretty good. Ice, a little bit whippy, but it's still looking pretty good. The LMND, not in it anymore, but okay. So now, if you cannot make money in the simulator, don't even attempt to try to make money with like a live account. If you can, unfortunately, even if you can make money in a simulator, it doesn't absolutely mean you'll be able to make money once you start trading for real. Why? Well, it's pretty easy to obey your stop and do things in a simulator when it's not your money. Okay, you get close to your stop price, you take yourself out. Oh well, I lost $100. Big deal. It's not my money. But here's the issue: when you first start trading, and even if you're a relatively seasoned trader, sometimes it's really hard to obey your stop. Even though you can convince yourself you've been trading and you obey your stop in the simulator, but sometimes, it's just very hard to obey your stop. Why? Because you can't believe the trade isn't working. It's that simple. You get into the trade, you've been able to check every box, and maybe it's got even some bonus stuff like, great news, or everybody in our chat room, our trading room is talking about it. Okay. But guess what? Even the best setups in the world sometimes don't work. So what happens though is that you don't want to believe it. You think, you know what, maybe my stop was too tight, because this has to work. So instead of that $100 manageable loss, it starts turning into $200, $300, $400, $500 before you finally sell. You give up and you kick yourself for not obeying your stop. Okay. I don't use Joe Dagger. You asked me before. I don't use a stop loss like that at all. I don't use, okay? I don't use a trailing stop, okay? You asked me in the main room. I don't use a trailing stop at all. I thought I explained it because I'm in, the only way I would use a trailing stop is if I were in multiple trades, okay, at the same time. I'm only in maybe one, two max. So what happens is if I'm in a trade, I'm watching, I'm seeing what's happening. I'm moving my stop up as I see fit. It's got nothing to do with the trailing stop. Trailing stop to me is, yeah, it's fine as protection, but it's not based on anything. If you say, well, I'm going to have a 10-cent trailing stop or a 0.5% trailing stop, that's really not based on anything. It's more protection, in my opinion, anyway. I'd rather say, look at the trade and say, oh, okay, it's breaking this level that I don't like. I should be out of the trade. Okay, so I don't use. Now that doesn't mean others shouldn't use trailing stops, but I don't. So just put a cap on this. Almost as worse though is not obeying your stop and seeing that $100 manageable loss turn into two, three, $400, and then it turns around. And then all of a sudden it comes right back to where you bought it. And now you're up two, three, $400, and you're so happy with yourself for not obeying your stop. Can that happen? Of course. Of course it can happen. But through trial and error experience, when I used to do that, I mean, it's hard. It's really hard to convince yourself to get out of a trade that you think just has to work. Okay, and then when it turns around, you're so glad you didn't. But I'm just telling you, if you want to, if you want to last in this business, you better have some really good money management techniques and follow them. Because I'm not saying that the odd time something can turn around on you, of course. But in my experience, it's better to obey your stop. And guess what? You can always get back into the trade later. I mean, commissions are so cheap. They're zero or so cheap. That's not a reason to not get out of a trade. So, you can look at it this way. You get stopped out and maybe it sets up again the same way a little bit later. Maybe market conditions are a little bit different. So you just say to yourself, you know what, maybe I was just a little bit early on that setup, but now it looks like it should work. Where are my links for options? You mean what? I don't understand what you mean exactly by that. We have options. I don't have my option scanner up right now. I know it's on my homepage, but I don't have it up right now. But I mean, here are the option filters that we have, the put call ratio. So again, we don't scan for options. What all this is trying to do here is to show you stocks that are having abnormal option activity. Okay, so we have some obvious ones. The put call ratio, the option volume is the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. This is the option volume today, obviously, and then the put and the call volume today. But this is the key one, the option volume today percent. So for instance, if you put say 300% as your filter in the min box, that means that a stock that is say normally traded say 2,000 contracts over the last 10 days, for you to see that today, it will have to trade 6,000. Okay, other obviously 300% times 2,000, or as a ratio 3 times 2,000. Okay, so all this is doing is just showing you stocks that are having abnormal option activity. I know there are some in the room that trade options and say, well, at least using something like this can help me zero in on those stocks that are having abnormal option activity. But I don't trade options. All right, guys, let's see. What is, boy, that affirm. Wow. Is it gone negative? Not quite, but would not surprise me. I mean, again, this one had been drifting down for a few days. It had earnings, had earnings today, and popped up, but now it's just selling off. I mean, that's a big sell-off. 20. I know some in the room were doing this one. And again, guys, look at BWV. The more difficult intraday traders that you're going to find. I mean, look at that pop. It looked pretty awesome. 728 goes all the way down, gives up over $1, which is a huge percentage drop. I'm not, I don't know if I can deal runner. One of the other traders may have something like that. Depends what you mean by diverging stocks. You mean, market's going down and it's moving higher, something like that. Okay. I know you might want to ask one of the other traders, but let me just see it because we do have, yeah, we do have something. Let me just type in divergence. And I've never, so positive market divergence and negative market divergence, okay, as an example. So you could try these alerts and see what you get from it. Okay. I've never used these. So So in other words, a positive market divergence to me would mean the stock is moving high and yet the market's moving lower, as an example. What you also might want to do though is send something to support. One of the other traders may have something more designed for that. I just don't. So off the top of my head, instead of my trying to reinvent the wheel, I'm just going to go to support at trade-ideas.com and ask, does anybody have a divergence type scan? Okay. But you can try this. I mean, these are the two alerts right there. You can try this and see what sort of see what happens. Yeah, so Mookie's talking about, how to share size. I mean, obviously there's a little bit of math that goes in, but I mean, it's easy enough to create it like an Excel spreadsheet. A little bit more work, but you create an Excel spreadsheet. So, if your risk is $100 a trade and your stop is 17 cents away, you can just refer. So you can put a bunch of different stop numbers, and you'll get the share size almost immediately. Just use an Excel spreadsheet. Real said he was shorting me yesterday, so here we are though. Here I am, BE in Bloom Energy. So guys, I'm showing the races here. I will freely admit that I don't really use the races. For the test drive, I'll demonstrate, how the races, what they're supposed to do and all. I'm more of an alert person, real-time alert. Give me that real-time alert. So, but I'm looking, AMC, so obviously it's having a little pop-up. The concept behind the races is this. So I have a top list right here called Biggest Gainers as an example, okay? Now remember what a top list does. I mean, excuse me, it's a ranking. Just give me one moment, one moment. So what a top list does is, let's just say you just want to see the stocks that are up the most for the day, okay? With certain filters in place, maybe a price range you like, minimum volume, etc. But all you want to do is see the stocks that are up the most for the day. So for instance, I could click on this right there. Every one of the headers in a top list is sortable. You just double left click rapidly. So now I've sorted on the stocks that are up the most for the day. There's Viru, okay, as an example. But see, Viru is dropping. So it's not making a new high, but it does happen to be up the most for the day. There could be a there could be a stock down here though that is moving, which I just wouldn't see. I just wouldn't see it because my eye is not drawn to it, and I don't really know if it's moving because this is updating every 30 seconds. Okay, so I wouldn't necessarily know that there is a stock down here that is actually moving. That's what the race does. Okay, because it starts showing you stocks that are actually moving when you start, this is a 10-minute race, so it'll show you stocks that are moving in your top list. So they don't necessarily have to be right at the top. The ones that are up the most could be something that's just starting to move that you don't really see, if that makes sense. So that is the theory behind the top list, or sorry, the racing. So if I click on AMC, I'm seeing right there, you saw how AMC was moving up here, but it's certainly not a stock that is, it's nowhere near the high of the day. So this is probably, the races are probably good for people who like pullbacks, stocks that have pulled back and then are starting to move. I mean, you could see a stock that's moving and it's at the high of the day, obviously, but you'll also see stocks again. I mean, because the only way I would see AMC right now in any alert window would have to take out 1248, because all my alerts are either new high or a new low for the day. All right, guys, sorry about that. Now look at figs. Figs is now, yeah, it's at that low now. It's getting closer. So this may turn into a short later on. But the problem I've got with it is a little too choppy. Was disappointed that it didn't move down immediately. Ah, so there are only two in the 10-day daily breakdown, and neither of them really worked. Interesting, because this infusion ENFN was an all-time low, but again, just because we get an alert, it's an idea. I looked at it. So what I'd be doing with this one is maybe sticking an alert at around 832 for ENFN. Why there? See the sort of the bottom of these candles, not just discounting the bottoming tail, but the bottom of the bodies of these candles right here. If it takes that out, it may resume its downward move. So you see what I'm talking about with the RKLY, how this is sort of a man and machine. The machine will give you the ideas, but you as the person should manage those exits. Why in the world would you get into a trade, a short, at 236 and then exit at the same price when you had a great percentage move all the way down to 212? And I'm not saying, you'll get in, right at the penny of the short and get out right at the bottom. I'm not saying that. But, you give me the middle two-thirds of most trades and I'm happy. But certainly, like the machine, got you at break even. Why in the world would you do that? Again, Peloton chatter again. So I handed out my layout link. Did that work for everybody? Does it look like, does it look like this? It should look like this. Anybody who wanted my layout? Yeah, so far a nice day in the market. A nice day in the market. We haven't had, I mean, we had the hour straight up, and now we're just kind of basing. We haven't had that dreaded big red candle yet. Another one in the gap up and go, but look at fate right now is 24.33. Look left. I mean, that's too close. 24.92. That would be okay, but the next high looking left is right here, so it could easily stall. 30, well, 30, 332-inch 4K machines or monitors. Minute, please. Okay. So guys, keep an eye on this. So this is, yeah, this is kind of working the way I want it to be working. Okay. So notice I've got on my, we were in this hood long, 500 shares in at 1053. This is in the simulator, and there's the stop. So it's all laid out. Notice what it says here, the max P&L and then total P&L right now. So what the max P&L is telling me is that if I had got out right at the very high, still in this trade, the high was 1080. So if I subtract, 1080 minus my entry multiplied by 500, I get approximately at that $143, $140. Okay. So that's what that is telling me. What you would not want to see, let's just say for argument's sake, this even went higher and the max was at one point I was up $500 and then I allow it to get down to only being up 87. Obviously, that wouldn't be good trading, right? Makes sense? I mean, right now it's not terrible. I mean, we're not that far away. But again, if that had said 500 and then you've allowed that to only be up 92, this can help you manage your exits just by keeping an eye on this max P&L, the total P&L. Okay, just sort of keep an eye because it's one thing to take a trade. The next thing is, okay, when am I going to start taking profit or getting out of the trade, other than being absolutely stopped out? And that's only going to come with practice. Now I want to show you something. I'm going to get out of this trade right now. I'm going to flatten the trade, and that's a hotkey. So that got me out of the trade for approximately $100. Okay, so the most I could have made was about 143. I mean, that's not terrible, but I want to draw your attention to this column now, the distance from the exit price. Notice it says minus 1 cent. When you get out of a trade, assuming you went long the trade, what you want to see now is a nice big negative number. Okay, because that would tell you, wow, I got out of the trade and it really dropped from where I got out of the trade. Again, a way to kind of gauge how good are your exits. If this turns into a big positive number, you'd be thinking to yourself, man, I left a lot of money on the table. Now, nothing is going to be perfect, but this is just a good way to give you an idea about how good are your exits. And these are just columns, to add any column, it's a right click, columns, and here are all the different columns we have. I think we have too many. Okay, I think it's too complicated for the average person, and I'm the average person. So, you probably just need, but I like these. I like these. Man, I'm not in it anymore, but that lemonade was delicious. If you held onto it, guys, lemonade was a delicious trade. Okay, I'll be right back. What time is it right now? 11:23. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. So it's 11:25. So in about 30 minutes, I'll be taking my break. I think Andy will be in our YouTube room. He'll take over for me in our YouTube room for an hour from between 12 and 1. Boy, the market's just hanging in here, guys. Let's take a look now. Probably not going to see a massive difference, but let's just take a look now. I'm going to load from the cloud. I'm going to load the sector status, but this time it's the change from the open. Okay, probably not going to see a massive difference because the market is still, higher. Yeah, we're not going to see a massive difference. When we looked at this in the pre-market, virtually every sector was up. Okay, energy is still up 100%. Technology, if anything, it's gotten a little bit more. So what you're seeing here, what these numbers refer to. So for instance, here's XLK, the big technology ETF. These are the stocks that make it up. What that 94.44% means is that 95% of them are above their open. Okay. And which makes sense because the market has just, has never gave anything back today. It just ripped higher and it's been flat and now it's starting to move higher again. So this all makes sense. Where you would see a difference sometimes if we checked, for instance, if the market were down in the pre-market and we looked at this, you probably see most of the stocks were down. Or down from the day before's close. When you look at the open, the change from the open, though, a lot of those stocks could be recovering. If the market was recovering, but the market is still negative, but the market is moving higher, you would see probably a change on the change from the open. You would see stocks probably, instead of being 100% down, you'd probably see 30-40% of them would be above the open, as an example. So that's why the change from the open is really all I use now. I don't care about the change from the close. Okay, Stephen, well, I mean, okay, I would just start with, very few shares. That's all. Start with very few shares, with very, very small risk. Yeah, it's always intimidating to take that first trade, so don't go crazy. Just take very few shares, with a very manageable risk. Maybe you want to risk $50 on the trade, just to get practice. Okay, I mean that's what I did when I first started. I wasn't going crazy. I was taking very few shares, and there's the risk amount. How much was I willing to risk on the trade? You might want to start off with, guys. I can't. You heard me talking about. Sorry, I have to interrupt myself here, but you heard me talking about the BRP. I can't tell you to do what I do. All right, but I was trying to point this out that you had the alert at 21:55. You may have looked at that and said, "Oh man, it's too late for me now." But remember what I kept saying. It's basing over 22. It's just at 22. This may give you a chance to get into the trade if you hadn't taken the trade in the first place. Okay? Look what it's doing. Now listen, I'm not saying this is always going to happen. But what I did, because I did not take this trade here at 21:55. I didn't even see it. Okay, I was doing other things. But when I was explaining all this to you, what I said was, well, look left. Look how much room this has. 24.50, 24.49 is the next high. From 22 to 24.50, that's obviously it's a nice gap. So I said, well, watch it at 22. Look what it was doing, basing just around that 22 mark. And I said, the longer it holds, you can take the trade and put a stop at around 22. So, I mean, there's no video that's going to show you how to do that. But, this is, again, I say it all the time. Don't get hung up on missing the entry. These are not designed, to just scalp pennies here and there. So anyway, Stephen, that's what I would do. Just start off very small, just, take very few shares with very small risk. Just, in order to get that first trade, first few trades out of your system. The thing is, in the simulator, in theory, you should do the same thing. The simulator, yeah, we give you $100,000 to play, but if you've only got a $5,000 account, I'm not talking to you specifically, Stephen, but I mean, if you only have a $5,000 account, then use the simulator accordingly. In other words, don't take 20,000 shares of a $4 stock. That's $80,000 because you could never do that with your real account, even though we give you $100,000. Okay, so treat the simulator like it is your account. Okay, guys, this is an IPO here. Another one that it didn't, for whatever reason, it did not have. Oh, I think somebody was talking about this one earlier. PFHC, ProFrac. So I don't know what the IPO price was. Let's see. What was the IPO price? 18, thank you. So right now, I mean, it's not been met by wild enthusiasm, okay? It's 18. Wild enthusiasm would have been, maybe opening at 20, 21, 23, 24, something like that. I mean, if the IPO, no, I'm not saying it's not going to happen, but how many shares also? Oh, thank you, Cass, 16 million shares, okay. So, it's not like the crazy ones that that have like 1 or 2 million shares and opening, the IPO price was 4. Those are the ones that can do the absolute insane things on the day of. But we'll see. I mean, the only way I trade any of these on the day of is, after a couple of hours, I'll put a price alert at the high of the 2-hour high and see if it takes it out later. Other than that, yeah, so again, Stephen, it's just a matter of, I mean, there's no way around it. You've got to do it, but just, the easy thing is, yeah, don't risk very much. So, I mean, I don't care what your account size is, but let's just say, if you want to risk $50 on the trade and you lose it, it's not going to be the end of the world. Hopefully. I mean, I remember my first trade, online, and my index figure was quivering over that enter, wonder, do I do it? Do I do it? Do I do it? And almost like closed my eyes and did it. You know what, Deal Runner? Unfortunately, my first trade turned out to be spectacular. Spectacular. Yeah, you know why I'm saying that. You know why I'm saying unfortunately. I thought I was bulletproof. I had no idea what I was doing. I had no stops. I had no money. I didn't know anything. And even the second trade wasn't too bad. And then all of a sudden, what happens is, I digress, guys. I'm sorry but what happens is you start thinking, yeah, you're bulletproof. You can't lose, and so you start really getting reckless, like really risking a lot of money. And yeah, I risked a lot of money, and guess what? Yeah, it was. Did not last very long. But in those days, I did not have the benefit of a room like this where we all try to help each other and hopefully, the things that I say about money management and all that, hopefully some of that sinks in. Well, Burp, are you going to take out 23? All right, guys, I am now, what time is it now? 11:39. Okay, I just want to confirm that it'll be Andy in our room, in the YouTube room, when I do take my break. So this is still holding the IPO price, which again is not great. I mean, you want to see some enthusiasm. I'm talking about the PFHC. I mean, it's just basically at the IPO price of 18. Okay, guys, I'm not getting too many new alerts. I keep seeing, wow, this Indy, didn't really see this in the pre-market. I sort of did, but I discounted it. But take a look at this one, INDI. This is another earnings play, release earnings after hours. And, ever since the market opened, it has basically been straight up. Looking for a bounce play from you, Zach, and no bounce plays yet. Not in my scan anyway, from your scan. Are you talking about the 22 real? Are you talking about the BRP specifically or in general? Yeah, a lot of topping plays. Not as interested in them. I'm looking for a bounce play. I mean, I'm sure the topping plays, some of them have probably worked awesomely, but well, okay. My reasoning is because I'm a person who really believes in whole numbers. Okay, if a stock breaks over a whole number, I won't take I won't take a trade at say 1995. I'll wait for it to break 20, just as an example, and maybe get up to the 2010 level. Okay, that's just the way I just, for me, the whole number is psychological. I know it shouldn't matter. It's just an algorithm, perhaps, algos don't care if it's a whole number or not. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. All I know is that over the years I've traded, whole numbers stymie me. So that's number one. So this stock was trading just over that whole number, okay, 22, just over the whole number. And it looked like it was basing nicely. And so I thought, well, my risk is going to be getting into this trade right around here, around that 22.20 mark. It's going to be about a 20-cent risk. But again, more importantly, when I looked left, I saw all the room it had to keep moving if it wanted to. So that was my risk. That I laid it out. I basically laid it out, when I was talking about it. Maybe you weren't here, but I was talking about this one, basically saying, look, if you miss this entry at 21.55, so this looks like it could be setting up again just over 22. So that's my reasoning. And the answer is yes, it is Andy. So Andy will be in our YouTube room in about 15 minutes. Okay. When I take my break for about an hour, he'll be in our YouTube room. And before I do take my break, I will put the YouTube link in. So you can head over there and listen to Andy. What's the other? Okay, guys, so this is now above the IPO price. Okay, the PFHC is above the IPO price barely. 18 is the IPO price, so it's not too bad. I thought CELU was an earnings play. I might be wrong. Was it another one? Yeah, it's an earnings play. Oh, okay, that's right. It's not an earnings play. They have earnings next week. That's the 16th, I think. Yeah, that's the 16th. Well, it's actually moving pretty nicely now. See if that spread can tighten up a bit. This is a sneaky one. We saw this one earlier, this PAYO. It's an earnings play, PAYO. I didn't like it because I thought there might be too much resistance, but look at this now. I mean, it's right at that level. You look left, it's right at that level. The only other issue is 5. I think 5 is a pretty psychological number to break through. Yeah, so 5, if it can break through 5 though, 567 would be the next high looking left. This could be an interesting one. It could be one of these really sneaky ones. It's had a big gap up for it. It's a big float, 200 million. So, you wouldn't expect it to be incredibly active from now on, but you never know. Boy, a day like today, yeah, this watch list is really producing. Probably nothing on the short side. Yeah, but all these ones, you could just cycle through them, and the majority of them will be above that entry. And so again, you look at the time, and then you can tell. You just click on it and see what happened from then. So if you just want to concentrate on a few stocks every day, you'd be, maybe just concentrate on my watch list. Never mind anything else. I'm not saying every single day, it's going to produce in the fashion that it's doing today and yesterday on the short side. Wow, on the short side, it was incredible. Why don't I see it? Again, it's that relative volume is too low. I think I've got 3. I think that's what I have. Actually, I don't have a relative volume filter in your scan, so something else must have blocked it. Maybe when you saw it, it was less than 500,000 shares. Interesting. It was okay. That's what it was then. All right, guys. So I'm getting set to take my break. Boy, lemonade. I'm not in it anymore, but boy, that was a nice one. And it still has that little bit of room, a little bit of room to 23 from that 22 level. My mistake, guys. I was watching, I've got AFRM thumbnailed, and I was watching it do this little curl. I was going to draw attention to the 22 break, and I forgot. I'm sorry, I just forgot. Well, I'll definitely do my video today on this BRP just to, hammer the point home about, how to use the AI, how you can use the AI and not getting hung up on missing an entry. Like I know I beat this to death, but you can't believe the number of alerts or emails that we get saying, hey, I got an alert at 21:55, and when I looked at it, it was 21:57. What's going on? It's 2 cents away or 5 cents away. What's going on? And again, they're not designed, to make 5 or 10. I mean, listen, sometimes that's all it'll do, but it's not designed that way. Look at the ruckus again, guys. RCUS, okay, got hammered because of the Roche news a couple of days ago, and it's kind of in the same sector, I guess, and so got hammered. Uh, it's now above yesterday's high, which was 1854. It's trying to crawl its way back, and that is the RCUS over that whole number. Again, just pointing out, opportunities. None of them are showing up for me, Zach. I must have, maybe it was the volume. Yeah, none of them are showing up. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. No, none of them are showing up. The last one I got is S, Sentinel. Okay, I will. I'll trust you. Okay. Okay, done. All right, guys, I'm just waiting for Andy to show up. So just give me a moment. I'll get my announcement. William, are you serious? You did not know about that? And Twitter and Elon? I know you don't like to read the news, but didn't you kind of wonder why the drop? But okay, when you looked at Twitter, okay, when you looked at Twitter this morning and you saw, come on, and you saw this, didn't you kind of wonder, I mean, how could that happen? You never kind of said to yourself, wow, that doesn't make sense. I know, but I mean, that to me, when it's sitting at 46 and it goes all the way down to 32, I would have, I know you don't like looking at the news, but man, I would have been thinking, man, that doesn't make any sense. And it's not like it flashed right back up. It wasn't one of those like big bottomy tails and it flashed right back up. Anyway, it's up to you. If you had been in the pre-market with me, you would have known. And you are in the pre-market. EDR short. EDR shorts. Take a look at EDR. Well, obviously, it's got a lot of room underneath, down to 1730. It's an earnings play. Maybe if it takes out that whole number, the 21. What's the volume like? Yeah, pretty good volume. Yeah, the spread is okay. Yeah, it might not be too bad. I mean, the pre-market low looks like, what is it, 2180? Maybe let it take out the pre-market low, 2180, and see if that or 2180. Is that right? I'm sorry, 2104. So it's actually just at that pre-market low. Andy, can you hear me? I hear the little ping. The little ping, that means you have entered the room.
Yes, Barry, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear
All
you.
right. How are you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's been a fun 2 days, in my
Oh, that's
opinion. Yeah.
spectacular.
Yeah.
Spectacular. I've actually been talking, you don't have to do the same thing, of course, but I've been talking a lot about the BRP and the fact that it gave you another, if you missed the first entry at 2155, that when it started to base at around 22, you could have watched it and then taken the trade right around there, especially after looking left when it has had a couple of dollars left until it hit the next high. So I was talking about that quite a bit. And I'm actually pretty happy. I mean, the AI for the last week and a half or so has looked pretty darn good.
It has. I've noticed that. I know
Yeah,
we're constantly, making a few changes here and there, got some good stuff coming. So, yeah, I'm excited about it. Let me
yeah,
see,
exactly.
BPR, BRP. Yeah, I see what you're talking about there.
Yeah. I mean,
Uh-huh.
look how,
Yeah.
because as you know, Andy, people get hung up on, wow, I didn't get it, or I got the alert, the alert was at 2155 and now it's at 2160. I must have missed it. You see the emails that we get
Oh,
from
yeah.
people that get very upset that they're, I could only get in at 2160 and the alert was at 2155. Well, as you
Yep.
know, they're not designed
No,
for just
no,
scalping and all, but anyway,
not at
listen,
all.
Andy, I don't want to
All
cut
right.
into your time here. Okay.
All right, man. Yeah, no problem. No problem. All right, Barry,
Okay.
take your time. Have you a sandwich or something?
I
Play with the
will.
dogs.
Thanks,
All right.
Andy.
Take care, buddy.
Okay. Bye.
Bye-bye. Hey, Mike C. What's up, buddy? Hey, guys. Welcome to the Friday edition of the support session. And my name's Andy. If your first time in here, and we're going to hijack Barry's live stream for about an hour and we can talk about the software. That's what it was designed for. So if you do have any questions, be sure to hit me up. Hey, Aja, how you doing? What's going on, guys? Yeah, if you have any questions about, like I said, any configurations you're trying to work on, or we can talk trading. We can. There's been a lot of good trading, in my opinion, the last couple of days. You guys know how I like to bottom fish, so I picked off some good stuff recently. Not not bragging, but I I do want to let you guys, yeah, know that I do. I'm not afraid to bottom fish, and those of you who know me know that. So, and I got lucky because I held hood overnight. I bought it yesterday at 810. You can see the mark there, and uh yeah, so that one I'm kind of happy with. But anyway, yeah, if you have any questions, guys, about the software, and we'll look for some opportunity uh in the market as well, being a Friday. uh Most of, I don't know. Yeah, I don't look for a whole lot opportunity on a Friday afternoon. I usually manage what I have. But anyway, taking a look at the AI, yeah, it's been a nice couple of last week has been really nice. Some good calls in there today. AMD was just a beauty. I'm really disappointed. I bought this back over here on this day. I ended up basically getting out for a small winner, but kind of gave it all back. But a nice reversal there today. What's Qualcomm doing? It's probably doing the same thing. This is one I'm going to keep my eye on because they had earnings back on this date, and earnings were good. You can see how it reacted the day after earnings. Not really doing anything today. Uh, wow, I'm tempted. I'm not. I don't worry. I prefer everything to be above the moving averages. But hey, let's face it, guys. When you're in a market like we've experienced over the last few months, there's not a whole lot of things out there above all their moving averages. So a lot of times, I will just work on uh, strategies. Let me pull up my Epic pen, show you what I'm talking about. A lot of times, what's called a bottoming tail. And where'd she go? There she is. See, this is interesting. Popping above its 5-day right now. This is one where I would seriously consider taking. You had that nice bottoming tail yesterday after it broke through this key level right there. Probably flushed a lot of people out. To me, that could be a uh, nice little buy. When I do something like that, I just go in with maybe half size. I did that earlier in PayPal. I bought PayPal right here around 78.05. But I just went in with like about half size. I like the way it was, could not get above this 5 period moving average, and it finally did. So it went to highs here. Just a beaten up stock that, you know, I feel like, uh, you know, could be a lot higher in the coming months. And when I have that feeling, I don't need a whole lot technical. I do like to, just much like I showed you Qualcomm, nice little spinning top here at a multi-year or month low, or let's see how, a lot of times that could show be a sign, kind of like a shooting star, but you get a nice little doji there on a stock. Big volume bar day could signify a bottom. Now, I know I'm going against what a lot of people preach as far as what to buy, but here's the thing. If you can be disciplined, uh, yesterday I tried a lot of the ARC stocks, and you can see I'm still in it. I'm sorry, the day before yesterday. Yeah, and I got hit. I lost money. I tried a lot of things in, but I got out quick, and the damage was minimal. That's the whole key about, guys. If you are going to play this strategy, when you're looking for, there's another one I'm pissed that I missed, but may have an opportunity. If you if you adhere to your rules, cut your losses quick. There's nothing wrong with trying a little bottom fishing at times. It's not for everybody, but I'm real good about when I'm wrong, I get out because I know when I'm right. Like yesterday and today, I've made 5 times what I lost on the day before yesterday. So it's all about managing risk, guys. And if you're not good at it, uh, may not be. Oh gosh, I hate when I do that. Grab something. I wish this wasn't a docked window. I don't know how to get it back. I don't know what to do now. Then I get all jacked up here. Now, where are my positions? All right, guys, bear with me because the only way I know how to do this is, uh, and I don't even think load layout will work. Let me see. No, because my brokerage plus is gonna. The only way to do it is to close out. All right, y'all bear with me here. Actually, I think I got a new beta I want to download anyway. Hold on here. Yeah, this is a new changes in the beta since 8.1. So yeah, this came out today, the one I'm downloading now, Bill. So I know we got a treat for you guys coming at the second week of our test drive. Uh, it's some super like GT version, man. There's gonna be a big engine in that one, and I think you're gonna see some improvement to the top list being a lot faster. No, great. Now I get to hear all the alerts go off again. And all right, let's see if my yeah, I get them. Yeah, I'm hearing all the alerts go off again. A-frame is one that I held over, and this was one. Let me just take off this. Now, I had a few positions, as you can see on my board from yesterday, and A-frame was one of it. Now, what I played this one a little bit different. I was a little bit disappointed in this morning because it gapped up. Now, this was an earnings play, and I'm going to be honest with you there. I had small size, but I did not know. I thought all these guys' earnings were out, but anyway, they hit yesterday after market, so I was very fortunate. And what I did here is I didn't sell any, and I actually added on this pullback down around 2160 on this 10-period moving average. So kind of you don't like when they open up like that and trade off for the first 2 hours, kind of scary. But as long as it held, you've heard us talk about this 10-period moving average and how important it is. Well, look how that just caught it, man. Just caught that price action, and now it's taking it higher. Okay, I'm gonna have to close Barry's window down because it keeps rattling off. The ones I added today was PayPal. Pins, no, I bought pins yesterday at 1910. You can see the entry there. Um, and a lot of times, guys, best trade today. Well, remember, Mike, I'm not a day trader. Sometimes I will, day trade, but probably, probably this I did well on. I bought this one. I botched because I bought it the day after earnings. I didn't botch it. I mean, I did the right thing. I bought it the day after earnings because a lot of these earnings plays that have been just getting killed they gap way down. It's much like I did Snap a few months ago, and it let's put it on that day what I'm talking about. Okay, so this was the opening, and I bought it, had a nice little pop, went to highs, but then the rest of the day, of course, the market was just horrible that day. Well, this thing was on lows, and I don't want to hold a stock that gap down and then closed on lows. So I got out and look what happened the next day. So fast, boom, just right back up through yesterday's high. But what I did is I bought it yesterday at the close around 30. You can see my entry there, 33.93. And then I got a nice gap this morning. I have sold half and I'm still in half. So nice little trade there. There's been hood, obviously. I held on to that. Now I actually added to my on this pullback this morning. I just love technically catching these moving average right here. So I added some more of that hood today. Uh, I'm trying to think. Yeah, I don't want to say I don't know what the best trade is because they're all. I like Ring. Ring I bought yesterday pretty early. You can see my entry there, 62.11. Now on this one, I added in pre-market at 64.50. I want to say 64.50 in pre-market. So I have an average there of 62.11. Uh, that's a good one. So you can see a lot of these, and this is what I'm talking about, guys. You see a lot of these patterns. This is another one. Look how much from 300 fell from grace, but look at that action yesterday. Good volume bar, and look how it closed. Actually up on the day. Same scenario. You're seeing these either bottoming tails, little spinning tops, dojis, whatever it may be. A lot of time that can signi- signify a possible change of direction coming. Not always, but it can happen. Bought pins yesterday. Thank you. What did the I didn't call pins yesterday, did it, Bill? Or you just had it on your look at this market. You know what? I am going to buy. I got the talk in here. I am going to buy just a little bit of this Qualcomm. Bear with me. Just a little. I don't like chasing highs. I wish I would have did it at 80 cents ago when I first pulled it up. So what I'm going to do is buy half a position here in Qualcomm. This is not a recommendation to buy, guys. I'm just only stating what I'm doing. Uh, let's see. Man, I sure would like for that thing to be 39. Yeah, I was thinking about I'll just do half. I love having this little brokerage plus because what I like to do, and this way I don't have to keep an eye on my uh, account all the time. But just whenever I go and buy it in my real account, I will do it in here as well. Okay, you had your eye on it. Yeah. Uh, I'm disappointed. I had some beauties the day before, but man, this is what happens a lot of times when you are managing your risks. I had a good position in shop guys yesterday, and uh, I did not like that. No, no, no. This is on this day right here. I had a good position in it, but boy, I did not like that close yesterday, closing lows. So I ended up getting out of that, and I did not buy it back. I wish I would have bought it back, right around here or something. But oh well, not going to catch them all. But it's one where I'll stick maybe if it pulls back to this level, maybe I'll look to get back in. And trust me, we're still in. Okay, let's take a look. Don't think, don't ever assume like this is, oh man, this is the bottom. We're in, because we're still below all of our key moving averages. It's a good day and a half so far in the market, but as you pull things up, you're going to see we're still below our key moving averages. So we're still in a bear market. We're still in a bearish tape. Don't let one day fool you. And trust me, because it's a different market. When you're going back over to the cues, back over here, and you're catching bottoms and you're still in a nice uptrend, above, getting above your 10, your 20, and you get these pullbacks, that's different. Okay. You could have some staying power in something like that. Maybe stay in there for a week or two. But here, what the way I manage this, when you're on the other side of the mountain, and we are on the other side of the mountain, that could change maybe over the next coming weeks. I'm not optimistic about it, but so what I do when I do pick bottoms in this, I quickly take profits. Okay. Uh, I mean, I haven't, like I said, in Hood, I'm not taking profits. I'm actually buying more. Uh, but I can tell you right now, I've already taken profits in this U. I had a nice, uh, 14, 13 or 14% gain. Boom, I banged out half. I took some profits in pins, still got some little bit in pins, but I don't just load the boat up and said, "Oh man, I caught the bottom. Here we go." Because I'm telling you, in these bear market tapes, this thing could just be totally reversed by Monday or Tuesday, and these things could be losers. You've seen when the people are, these dip buyers these days, they're not they're kind of getting uh, conditioned to now over this first part of this year, because of these bounces aren't lasting too long. Okay. And so trust me, it kind of gets in you, and they end up, as soon as the market turns, they'll end up bailing and taking their profits. And it's probably wise, especially if you, that's why it's important, I think, to get a good entry. That's why a lot of times I like to bottom fish in market like this, because if you wait for a confirmation, a lot of times uh, you're going to be chasing, even though it may not look like you're chasing on the chart, because we're in a bear market right now. Yeah, it's important to have good entries. Just like this Qualcomm, this is why there's no way I would buy more than half. I was even considering buying, like, maybe even a third, because it is up 3%. I prefer not to catch them up 3%, but I see that move at AMD, which is up almost 10%. And even though Qualcomm's not technically a semiconductor, but I feel like, it pays a dividend, nice cash balance. So yeah, I feel comfortable buying half of something like that, since it did pop above that 5-day moving average. See if it can get something going. Oh, AFRAM. Okay, I gotta put. Let's see, I added. Really don't want that one to break its 10 period. Oh, this one was a beauty this morning. I gave this. Uh, I'll show you guys. So you see that my buy signal on this one. This is another one. Look at this beautiful chart. Been beaten up. Okay, then you had yesterday, and you could this one was late. You can see this took a good 30, 45 minutes to take out yesterday's high. This one I probably need to sell some though. So this is our trader channel here. Bought some AVYA at 592. And I bought some KU. I'm always letting the guys know when I buy. You gotta timestamp it for the guys. They won't believe you. And KGC was just a. I'm going to share something with you, and this is where I caught a lot of my winners. Oh, I got to pull it up because I have something called Armageddon. Okay, it's just a top list. Now, 2 days ago, this thing was just red as can be. Market was falling out of bed. Everything was closing on lows. There have been some unbelievable moves in this thing. I could go through. There's AFRAM on top, beyond. Look at that move off the bottom. I mean, there's still a lot of these things are still down. In the last 20 days, huge amounts. But boy, these things were down. 50, 60, 70% in some cases, and it was all red. So what a lot of times what I'll do is when I feel the market may be getting a uh, catching a bid soon, and there's things you can watch, guys, uh, to kind of help you out. Yesterday, it was Apple. Apple was selling off, selling off, selling off, and then look what happened. If you line Apple up here, my alert did not ever quite go off, but I was watching it, and so Apple had a nice little area of support. Okay, and it held it and bounced yesterday. Okay, that was one thing. Spiders, if you did I'm going to put it on the weekly here. It's always wise when a market's selling off to look at places where it may bounce. So let me put this on a weekly, and we are going to go to the pandemic low, and we're going to do an anchored VWAP from the pandemic low. Look where it bounced yesterday. And this is right perfectly right off that low. So whatever you might be looking at, you need to start, when market's selling off. I do this every time there's a big sell off, because what I'm doing is I know if we find a bottom, that the best thing to buy, more bang for the buck, are there going to be these stocks that are just been clobbered, that have been beaten up, um, to the tune of, like, I was looking over there and seeing these 60, 70, 80% drawdowns, just death. ARC. That's why I started looking at ARC. I knew this rubber band was stretched way too long, too much, and a bounce was coming soon. And we got it. And like I said, it's a different game, but I promise you, if you hit some of these, you can make your year in just a couple of days. Because a lot of times, Iris, a lot of times these, you're gonna see 20, 30% moves, in stocks over the span of just a couple of days. So I'm telling you, you can really do well. So yeah, this is it. This is Armageddon. Let's do this before I share it. Let's go back and do a historical date, and we're going to do this exact time back here on the 11th. You can see a lot of red now. Okay, few things were bouncing up, Peloton, but look at all this stuff. Mister was down 55%. U was down 65%. And that's just this is just in the last change in 20 days. Okay. So if I added a thing in here, If we went back, I wish we had some a change in like 2 months or something like that. But let's just do this. Let's do a change in. We got 3 months, don't we? No. What do we got? We got 1 month. Oh, we have position in those range. We go from 20 to 1 year, but let's do 1 year and show column. Yeah, look at these. So you had some down 80%, uh, a lot of 80%, 78%. So you just had a lot of stuff getting clobbered. Now if I did have one for 6 months, I think it would show even worse, because a lot of these over the year they ran up and then came down. So anyway, I'm going to just share it in its original form. So I'll just go over here and do Armageddon. Now here's the thing, you guys, this is a uh market getting tired here. Now I'm not giving you to this to say, hey, go out there and buy anything you find beaten up. There's a lot of logic that goes into when to buy these and when to not. You look for your spot, kind of like I was showing you yesterday. You look for areas where the market may bottom. Uh, you have a reason, for buying them. All right, Armageddon. And that just it comes with experience. It comes a lot of times with gut feeling. Uh, Yesterday, there you go. I watched, ARC open up, gap down after all this, go back on the daily. Gosh, let me see all my price alerts in there. Let me clear out my price alerts. And always use price alerts. Let's go check some things real quick, guys. Make sure nothing's falling out of bed on me. It's working nicely. But I gotta think about it. I bought a good chunk of that because a lot of times there's two ways you can play this. Okay. One person may go in and say, wow, these stocks look like a bottom. I'm gonna go in there and buy small size, and then let and see this work out over the next 3 or 4 days, or maybe 2 or 3 weeks if it is a bottom. Uh, some people like Barry will go in and buy a bunch and then scalp it. No, I don't use Bollinger Bands, Iris. I keep it pretty simple. I don't want to get caught up in too much stuff. Uh, some people may go in and buy like a ton. They're like, okay, this is going to bounce. I'm going to go in, and I used to do this back in my day trading days. If I like the setup, if I get a bar reversal here, I'm going to get a quick move. Bang, I buy 10,000 shares and I scalp it out for 10 cents and I make my $1,000. But I don't do that anymore. It's too stressful. I'm too old for that. Or you do kind of a hybrid between the two, and that's what I like to do. So what I like to do, I like my setup, but I don't want just to buy small size and have to get a 20-30% move to make any real money. So what I do is I kind of buy a hybrid. So in other words, I'll come in here and I bought decent size. I'm not going to get into my size. That's irrelevant. But what I'll do is I'll buy decent size. Now I'm already looking to take out half. Okay. I got basically, 40 cents in the move. I can take out off half here pretty quick, right? Now I got some staying power with my second half. I can let that second half come all the way back down to a flat and still make a decent, amount of money. But or I shouldn't say that, but still make a nice profitable trade. Uh, but technically, looking at this, there's really nothing. There's nothing to prevent this going to this high over here. Now, I don't know if we'll get it. So what I'm thinking about doing, this is kind of my target right here. Maybe if it takes out, gets close to the low going back after this is the day after earnings. So maybe if it gets back there, that's where I'm going to be looking to take half off. So yeah, that'd be a nice, 50, almost 60 cent move. So I can bang out half, and now I could even give this a little wiggle room, maybe even to this low back over here. I probably wouldn't do that. I'd probably no, I'd probably cut it if it went back to my entry. Didn't once again, if it does not do what I expect it to do, I'm usually quick to cut them. But getting back to I noticed a lot of them. Why I got aggressive kind of yesterday, and just to show you that it's not easy. I think I may have tried arc on this day after the tail. See, I was thinking that this move right here, this bottoming tail, I said, oh, we're going to build on that. Uh, so I think I bought a little bit of this on the close. Anyway, it opened up, went down, and I got out. And that it wasn't a real bad loser, but yeah, it hurt. I didn't like it. But what I did immediately, when it gapped down this day right here, and immediately I felt the volume coming in and went positive. That's why I bought this. I think at 36. I can't remember. It was 36 and some change. But and my plan is, to I think I scalped yesterday some at 40, and then I held on to the rest, and now I still have some, and I did sell a little bit more this morning though. I think I sold half right up here somewhere. I think on a bar reversal, probably too quick, but anyway, that happens. Now I'll be watching this fast line here, getting up. So you got these moving averages on the 15-minute chart, this 10 period moving average that'll kind of force hopefully force the hand. But what happens is now you're getting close to this 10 period moving average. Okay. You can see, look at this trend, downtrend. Okay. Yeah, that's a tough one. So I'm going to be watching it close here, and it probably, I doubt it gets through today, but tomorrow, if it opens up and it can't, if I see it failing from this 10 period moving average, I could bail. I could bail really quick. Like I'm saying, I'm not anticipating this being the very bottom of the market. It could be. It just doesn't feel like, going with my gut feeling, it just doesn't feel like it to me. So that's why I'm scalping out of most of my stuff. But I definitely hang on to some pieces. Use back at high. Come on, Hood. Keep going. I don't have too much hopes for this KGC. I don't like play the gold stocks that much, but it was lagging. It was lagging the sector, and that's why I bought it. I got it at a good price for 405 in my brokerage account, 406 in here. But here's what I'm talking about. A lot of times I look for like GDX. Okay. GDX opened up on the day and had a nice push. This is nothing but a sympathy play. And I looked over, and where was it? It was on my Armageddon. Let me show you. See if it's still there. I know it was there this morning. Should be. Oh, I don't want to. Well, wait, maybe it's still. Well, you're just gonna have to trust me. It was on there. It's where I saw it, but something must have happened. Now, this is a beaten up stock that had earnings this morning. I told the guys I was going to be watching this at the open because a lot of times these stocks that are beaten up, they gap down, but I had too much going on with all my positions that I totally missed that. But this is one I'll put a little alert in if it wants to pop back above, go positive again. Yeah, I use a 15-minute and of course a daily. And I will, a lot of times when the market gets like it's been lately, you'll have to go to the weekly chart when you're looking for like support. Uh, and that's kind of what I did in ARC. In ARC, I actually went to uh, the weekly yesterday, and there was some resistance right down here. Always good to do that to pull up. When you're looking at stocks, when you're looking at sell-offs, a lot of times try to find areas where they might bounce. But yes, I don't use the 5-minute chart. I used to use the 5-minute chart back when I was day trading. I would use it for the first 30 minutes of the day, but then I would gravitate to a 15-minute chart. But now since I'm mostly looking for swing trading positions, I'll let me go back to my daily here. I'll just use a 15-minute chart. All right. Getting close. Hold on just one sec. Got to check something. I see is the one that got me yesterday. I actually bought it. I like the way it gapped down below this $10 level. I kind of like the daily too. It kind of closed a gap here. Well, it's kind of a sloppy gap. It really didn't get all the way down to this number. But stuff happens, and this is one. It didn't do what I thought it was going to do. I bought it and it got above this 10 and then it broke down. And I think I actually Yeah, I think I actually stuck through that and then it bounced up and then I got out. And of course, today it's much higher. Those things are going to happen. Okay, when you're managing risk, when you're looking, Plaza, I'll get to your question in just a minute. When you're looking at uh, stocks where you're doing some bottom fishing and um those things are going to happen. You're going to get stopped out of stuff, and you're going to see them bounce the next day. But that's okay. But it doesn't stop me from the next day jumping back in, like I did in you. I bought you back, and that's been one of my best trades. And here it is, still at highs. So even though I got stopped out, I bought it here yesterday, and now it's up over almost 7 points higher. So don't be the kind of person that's like, ah, gosh, I had it down there at all time low. No, don't. Put that away and reevaluate the trade the next day. If it looks like it's reversing, doesn't stop me from jumping back in. All right, in your experience, do things tend to fade in the markets like this in the afternoon? Would many people hold over the weekend? Good question. Uh, I can say this as far as you know, typical trading. We were so oversold in these markets that I think it's possible you can continue to see some follow through today. Typically, for Fridays, the first after the first 2 or 3 hours in the morning, it's hard to find opportunity, and that's because they just kind of not so much sell off, but just like just seems to me all the bets have been made, and there's a lot of slop, going into the weekend. Uh, Now, if we weren't oversold, let's take for example, looking at the just gauging the market. You know, let's say we're right here on this was a Friday, this day right here, or any of these days where we're not really oversold and getting a nice bounce. I would say, yeah, if we're in a down move the last couple of days, yeah, I could definitely see some fading action if you have an up day on a Friday. But I never assume anything. I always let price action kind of dictate. Right now we're above our 10 period moving average. I don't see any reason, to panic out of anything. That's for sure. Uh, but I hear you. Now, going back to what I said, in a bear market like we're in now, things are different. So, you know, there's a good chance if I continue to get some of the moves, I got, and I know we're in a bear market. We're going into a weekend. Maybe I will scale back some more. Just take some more profits. So let's say I've taken half of all my uh, profits now on all my trades. Uh, I mean, I haven't. There's a couple that I haven't, taken any, like that AFA. I bought more on the 10 period moving average. So now I got a pretty decent position in this, and this is one where I'll definitely, especially if it gets anywhere up, to this 27 level, 26 level, going back over here, yeah, I would definitely be banging some out. Uh, but getting back to my point, because I know conditions are not like they were this time last year, I am more likely to take more profits than I normally would. So in other words, maybe this time last year I would just sell half and try to let the rest of them go, but now maybe I will sell another 25% of my trades. Hold on to a 25% and see if it is a bottom. I know I got a good price, so even holding on to 25% of my trades, I can still make if it is a bottom, we're going to get a huge move. So I have some nice little core positions to hold on to. But no, I hear you. I hear you. It's in the back of my mind too. I that hey, it's a Friday, you know, macro news is not good out there. Economy's not that good. That's definitely in the back of my mind. And yeah, this is kind of environment when you're where the old adage, no one went broke taking profits. Yeah, I won't kick myself in this type of market. If I do take profits in a stock, nice, especially when I've seen like 15, 20, 25% gains. That, if it is a bottom and they keep going, hey, I can look for another setup and get back in if that's the case. But no, I don't kick myself for taking profits in a bear market. That's for sure. This is one I just don't want to be in that I may dump. Just take my small little 7 cent gain. I was offering some out at 16, and I don't think I ever got hit. Let me check one last time. Nope, never got me. And what, I'm gonna go ahead and bang out of this half of this one. That bar reversal right there. A lot of times I'll do that. If I get close to, I was got up to 10 cents away from my, where I wanted to take profits. And then, but you can see here, 15 minutes. So this is what, an hour and 45 minutes without a bar reversal. And then we just finally got one. A lot of times, when you do get that, it could pull down pretty drastically. So I'll just go ahead. It got close enough and we got the bar reversal. So I just took that off. Now, I haven't sold any of this ring yet. That's a pretty nice gain. And it did come over here to this level. Thought it was going to poke through, but still above it. I'm not going to sell any of that. I still think we could possibly get up here to this 10 period moving average. Maybe not today. All right, Mike C. Again, in summarizing usage of Armageddon scan for upside plays, what are the various ways of using risk columns for the bullish side? Using ranking columns. Using ranking. What do you mean by ranking columns, Mike? See, I'm not sure what you're talking about. I well, let's just go back and take a look. Some of the ones I traded. Let's pull this up over here and let's go back and go historical date and let's put it on 2 days ago. I don't know why a lot of the ones I traded. Well, ARC's not going to be in here because it's an ETF. A-frame I know was in here. If I could find it. Yeah, for me, it's more of a you could always throw something in here. And now one thing you could do is a race. You could set up a race, take this whole Armageddon thing and set up a race. Now, what's going to happen a lot of times though is, for whatever reason, this is one that got me out too. RBLX. That one was a beauty. And of course, I basically just flatted this. I bought it on this day, had a big move up, and it came back down. I did not like that closing tail. And of course, the next day that got me out. That's going to happen. Peloton was one after earnings that I actually made some good money on, but I got out, and of course, 2 days, 3 days later, it's back up again. But for me, Mike, it's I don't really use the columns. This is something I just kind of pull up, and honestly, when the market oh, what's going on? And speaking of the market, what's going on here? Hold on just a minute. I'm not selling hood. I don't even want to be in this thing. Hmm. This is the kind of things that happen in a bear market. Hold on just a minute, guys. I'm gonna take some profits here. Or at least get set up to take some profits. Yeah, I'm not. See, a move like this wouldn't bother me in a bull market, but I just know people got some really quick triggers these days. All right, I'm not going to panic. That's for sure. So I've already taken profits on most of the thing. The only thing I haven't taken profits on is this ring and this A frame. Yeah, I'm not gonna sweat it right now. Keep an eye on them. But oh, you're welcome. You're welcome, Mike C. Hey, Perfect Circle, how are you? Yeah, the most things I know that momentum will continue in the same direction, until acted upon by another force, and that force is usually a technical reason on the charts. And like I showed you, I don't know if you hear Perfect Circle when I showed you, and I got this from Brian Shannon actually was on Charles Payne's show on Fox Business, and he talked about, see if it's still on there. I'll just put on the weekly so it's easier for you guys to see. And if you look at the anchored VWAP, oh shoot, I went, never mind, hold on. Do the anchored VWAP. In case you weren't here, I'll show you. Okay, no problem. So this is always a good tool to run. Don't pay attention to that red bar. It just, but anyway, if I do an anchored VWAP from the lows of the pandemic, see if I can hit it. Boom. There's an anchored VWAP from the pandemic lows. Okay, you look for an event, some sort of event, whether it's a gap in a stock. So in other words, a stock has an earnings gap. Okay, those are very good anchored VWAPs. Pandemic low, So you're looking for a huge macro event or a huge event for the stock itself, and you want to do an anchored VWAP. You can use it. It's built into our software. And if you look right there, we tagged it perfect, perfect yesterday. So, or I look for technical reasons. Okay. ARC on the weekly, beaten up. All right. The whole sector had been getting slammed, for basically half a year, 6 months. All right. What happened is technically we came down here to a nice little area of support. Did not quite get there, but that's okay. And then you see what happened, gap down yesterday at that area. So I'm always looking. I can even put this on a monthly too. And I'll do this. I'll go to a monthly and you can see what I'm talking about. There's a monthly and did not quite get there, but you can see the support right here. Okay, so that's a pivot line. Pivot. It's definitely a pivot level right there. Okay, that's where we bounced. So when I'm looking for market bottoms, it's always technical, but I'm also looking for confirmation. That action yesterday in ARC and a lot of the stocks that I was following, uh, the beaten up stocks, they had the same type of action. Okay, a lot of short covering was coming in, a lot of probably new buying coming in. So you get these, nice huge moves. Uh, Now, in a bear market, so nothing says they're going to last all day. So yeah, you did get a nasty pullback yesterday, and but we got some follow through this morning. So that's what I'm looking for. And getting back to Mike C's question, for me, it's mostly just it's a lot of gut instincts. After being through three vicious bear markets trading, you kind of get a good gut feeling when things are kind of possibly turning around. So I'd like to say that everything's technical, but it's not. A lot of it's just kind of gut feelings. When I see those areas in the chart, I'm definitely looking. I'm looking for positive price action. When I see those, uh, but no. But one thing I never do is just go in and just start buying across the board just because we've come to a level. All right, you want to make sure that that level is going to hold and you see some positive action. Another thing I forgot to mention to you, I'm always looking at big influencers. Okay, we have influencers in the stock market. Okay, one of them being Apple. If you looked at Apple, look at this pivot line going back here. Okay, this is the monthly. Look at that support. Okay, what happened yesterday? Went right there down, tagged it, boom, nice bounce in Apple. So that's a lot. I can show that's what a lot of the big money managers are using, things like that to enter, when they're going to maybe start defending and buying the stock. And I can't tell. Every time, when I sense a whole lot of fear in the market, I start looking for areas where, hey, a lot of people are coughing up everything right now. This could be a great opportunity. Uh, and then when I saw you know, Apple catching a bid right here and bouncing, okay, that's when I went in and bought you. I bought you right here. It's no longer up there. I don't know why my price is no longer up there, but anyway, my average price is 33.90. All right, so hope that helps you out. It's the same principle, guys. When for me, and people says, "Well, gosh, bottom fishing, that's very dangerous." Well, think about it this way, all right? Flip these charts around, and if you had a stock, up 80% over the last 6 months, like you saw a lot of these stocks down, okay? Say you have a stock that's up 80%. And we're not just talking about one, bio company that had some great news and going to start selling a lot of drugs or something like that. We're just talking about stocks that have been beaten up for 6 months and down 80%. Well, going back, if you had a stock up 80% in the same direction, would you not think about selling some? Okay. Well, that kind of same theory applies to me. I know the rubber band is really, really stretched to the downside. Okay. I know the shorts that are in there are thinking, "Oh man, I got to take some profits. This is just too good," you know. And I know there's other traders like myself out there saying, "Wow, there's some opportunity. You know, I need to start nibbling on some of this stuff because there's a really good chance, you know, this time next year these things could be a lot higher." So, uh, it's it's a different game, and not a lot of people will play it. I don't mind because I know as long as I manage my risk, my reward is going to be huge. And in the last couple of days, it has been. Oh,
True. Can you hear
hey
me?
Barry, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I
No,
was just
that's okay.
rambling
I've been
on.
listening to it.
I did not even notice the time, but
Well, that's okay. Plus, I'm kind of ticked off at you anyway.
oh, you really?
Oh yeah, very much so. You always keep calling me a scalper. I heard at the
No, no,
very
no,
beginning, unless you're like Barry who scalps and
no,
are
no.
taking 10,000
No,
shares and trying to get 5 cents on a trade. I've never done that.
no, 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 no.
Never done
I know I did not say 5 cents on a
that.
trade. You're putting words in my mouth now.
Never. Well, you said you used to maybe take
Right.
10,000 shares and try to get a dime,
Oh,
but
right.
you called me a scalper, unless you're a scalper like Barry, and I can play it back for you.
Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize.
That's okay.
But
I
I
liked your term. I'm a hybrid. Okay. I mean, you're
yeah,
a little more hybrid than I am. Maybe I'm not going to hold for a couple of days,
right.
but yeah. I mean, like I said before, I never go into a trade thinking I'm only going to
No.
make a couple of pennies. Never.
No, I know that, Barry. I know that. But uh
And I'm just pulling your leg. I'm just pulling your leg.
no,
You know
no, no. But I know how, yeah, I know how you trade. I mean, it's yeah, you're not looking to hold on as long as I am, but then again, you're not looking to jump in something and hold it for 5 minutes. As long as it's working for you,
that. If it's
right?
working for me,
Right.
that's great.
That's right.
And will I ever take out something I only make 5 or 6 cents? Yeah, because I don't think it's working anymore.
There you go.
But
There you go.
that wasn't the original plan.
No, no.
So.
Absolutely.
Uh, anyway, well, Andy, I guess we got to get set for our test drive next week,
Yeah,
and
we do. Oh, that's yeah, it's time, isn't it?
it's time,
They'll
man.
be getting access after the close today. Yeah.
Exactly, about an hour. I always say about an hour after. So, yeah, so it should be a lot of fun next week. Certainly the first 3 days, I think. Certainly in the trading room, the first 3 days are the most hectic. Then the
It
questions
comes,
seem to
yeah,
die down quite a
it
bit.
does.
So,
It does. Well, maybe I'll jump in with you and help out next week.
yeah, sure,
All right.
absolutely, that'd be great.
All right, buddy.
Okay, have a
All
great
right,
weekend.
Barry. Have a good one, buddy. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye bye. All right, guys, back in both rooms. Back in both rooms. Let me just get my music rolling again. Now, I am in a trade, guys. While I was on my break, the BRLT showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown and was an all-time low. I mean, it hasn't really moved that much, but I'm going to hold on for a while anyway. And this is the BRLT. It showed up right here in the 10-day daily breakdown, right at 12:24 while I was on my break. But I'm sitting, my break, I should reterm it. It's not really a break. It's just sort of a break from talking. But anyway, there was the alert, 489. I love the ones that are all-time lows. So it's an earnings play also. So we'll see what happens. Hasn't been too dynamic yet, but there's no reason for me to get out of the trade yet. I mean, at the 485 area. And yeah, as Andy was talking, yeah, we were watching that market. Looked like it was going to start to move down. It may still, but that 15-minute candle, that 1 o'clock, right? No, the 12:45 candle. But buyers stepped in. At least they closed it up here. I think a really important level for the SPY to hold, obviously, is that 400. So I'm just going to stick an alert around 400 and see if that holds. If not, we could be in for an afternoon sell-off. And I have my eye on your HCAT, Zach. It came on the scan. I put an alert at around 15:57. That was the first alert. 15:59 was the first alert. Excuse me, 15:59 was the first alert. So this is what we're talking about right here. 15:59 was the first alert. It's not that far away from it. So if it took that out later on, I'll probably take that short, and the fantasy area would be way down here. But even the low of the that 15-minute candle might be an interesting area for it to try to get to. We'll have to see especially if the market starts to wend its way down. Is that I don't know why that's there. I know what you're talking about. Let me just see. Okay, let me see what happened. There we go. So yeah, I mean, this 400 level, obviously a big psychological level for it to go to. I mean, that's what it got to on that bottoming tail right there. That 1245 candle got right almost to the 400. Well, yeah, almost to the 400 mark. A few cents above it. And so if that started to work its way down, that BRLT, excuse me, could really start to move down. You know, I saw this one way early. This wasn't a gap up and go. I probably saw this pub M right around here. And look at the move it made, pub M. Excuse me, it's not even an earnings play. It's just doing its thing. Let's see if there's any specific reason for it. I don't see any specific reason for it. The PFHC, I do have an alert. PFHC, I do have an alert set at the high of the day, just in case it takes it out. This is an IPO today. The IPO price was 18, so not an amazing amount of enthusiasm for it. And by that I mean it's just sort of still at the IPO price. If there was a lot of enthusiasm for it, you'd see this, probably in the 20s anyway. But I will put an alert. I already put an alert at the high. And so if later on it takes that high out, that might get some traders interested, including yours truly. So that's just what I'm looking at. And let me get rid of my announcement. Boy, H&R Block is still, one moment, please. Just give me a moment. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. All right, guys, I'm back. So what did the market do? So the market is just kind of, it's everybody's wondering, not everybody, but probably many are wondering, will that 400 hold? Okay, guys, that knocked me out of the BRLT, basically out flat. Looked like it was drifting down and then it didn't. So I'm out of the BRLT. So I'm in nothing right now. I did take myself out of the VRP trade, but look at this. I mean, it still looks like it's not bad, but I took myself out of the VRP trade. The minute it started flirting with that 23, I got out. Again, from that little over the 22 level, all the way up to a little over the 23 level, almost a dollar move. So even if you thought that you missed that trade, I did my video on this today. You thought you missed the trade at 21.55. No. Oh, Dak, with your 4-cent stop, Pixie. Let's see what Pixie is doing for you. Not bad, 56 cents, 62. Boy, whatever happened to Shift Pixie? I mean, these days when it was, well, of course, this is split adjusted. It never was a $259 stock, but this is all split adjusted or reverse split adjusted. Any news? I don't see any. Okay, well, there was some news this morning. Reports board approves a special dividend to shareholders in the form of common shares of industrial human capital. Now that sounds to me like some kind of a sci-fi movie title, or industrial human capital. Doesn't sound very nice, does it? So there was some news this morning. Industrial human capital. Yikes. Like very Kafka-esque. Soylent Green. Yeah. You are what you eat. Not bad, eh? A-Tank? A-Tank. How Canadian. Yeah, not bad. All right, we're getting the little applause. So what is happening with Peloton? Yeah, Peloton is still strong. Man, oh man, when was the first alert here? 1471. Okay, it's not a huge move. Not bad though. What's the latest one here? Ruckus at 1913. Boy, every day I seem to say I better pay more attention to my watch list. Every day I seem to say that. It's just hard because I'm doing so many other things, and yeah, I did see the symbol AXH. I was afraid to look though. It's a capture my email and come after me. But this is a SPAC. So really, guys, my only focus, other than getting rid of these bots in YouTube, is this PFHC in case it has a run at the end. PFHC, the IPO today. If it takes out that high, that will definitely get me interested, especially if it just kind of hangs around underneath it and then pops through it. What's the volume like? 4 million. Somebody said it was at 15 million that they release, or 15 or 16 million. Okay, guys, we're approaching that uh-oh moment, maybe. Look at the SPY now. It's still testing that 400 level. Oh, nothing, Aja. If you want, I can give you the email or give you the link. Okay, guys, we're almost there at that 400. Bitcoin back under 30,000. Okay, boy, it's something I just don't. I tried to read all that Luna explanation and the pegging and all that stuff. Only at Halloween, William. Well, this HCAT is certainly strong here. I keep thinking that it's starting to drift down. I mean, it's not an earnings play. Had earnings on the 10th, so it's not really an earnings play. Maybe it's still being affected somewhat by earnings, but as the market is drifting down, I keep thinking that this might start to drift down, but no. Oh, I don't know. Am I expecting? I hate to use the word expecting. I mean, obviously 400 is a really psychological level. That's all, I mean, so it's just a very obviously it's a very interesting level. But if you ask me, am I expecting it to? I really don't make a prediction like that. It's just, we want to be aware of it and see what happens at that 400. Will it get defended a little bit, or will traders just throw up their hands and say, you know what, you can have it? And by the way, the EDR worked out nicely. I didn't take the trade, but I know somebody asked what I thought about it, and yeah, underneath it was just in my break, right around my break time. So, but yeah, the EDR worked out nicely. It's about a 40-cent drop from that 21 level, and inching its way down, and it's got no real support for a while. Well, that's right, because yesterday's low was 1762. So if the market keeps drifting down, this could drift down with the market easily. And that is the EDR. It's just boring. VRLT is just kind of boring. Thought it would, because it's an earnings play, thought it might be a little more, especially when it took out 5 and it being an all-time low. Still have an alert set down here. If it takes out that 460 level, it might induce me, especially if the market continues to move down, might induce me to get back into that short. Let's take a look at the SPY volume. I don't think, look at the volume today. So we only have, 2.5 hours left, and look at that volume. Very, very, very low volume today. And it's not like you can say, well, every, Fridays are low volume necessarily. I mean, look, this is last Friday, which is about the same. There's last Friday's volume, but look at this. Now, unless we get some massive sell program that comes into effect in the last 2.5 hours. Wow, poor old Nautilus. Look at Nautilus, NLS. Wow, how the mighty have just fallen. Look at this. I mean, this was up $31. I think this was, of course, this was the stay-at-home crowd buying home equipment, not being able to get it though. There was such a shortage of Nautilus equipment, or a lot of the exercise equipment. But man, look at this. Of course, I think Nautilus is a big supplier to gyms. I mean, they do have home units, but I think that I mean, I don't know for sure, but my guess is that their big market are the gyms. So we all know what happened to the gyms. Man, oh man, again, Dak, I can't remember. Are you just sort of trading this one now, and then but holding a piece? Look at this BWV again. Look great at the beginning of the day, right? Look at that big candle. Okay, it's on its way, and then it just sells off. I mean, this is a big sell-off now. This is shortable for me too. Interesting. I didn't realize this was shortable for me. This is almost back to an all-time low. Yeah, if the gyms are still in business. I mean, that's the other thing. Maybe the chain gyms were able to last, but I don't know. Some of these smaller gyms, but of course the chain gyms are probably what Nautilus. That's probably their biggest customer. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. So Dak, am I allowed to short this one, the VWV? I don't know. Isn't there a description? I can't keep up because I'm always on the development version, and I kind of glance at what I don't know what the big difference is between the last production version and the beta. But isn't there an email that says these are the differences? Just kind of looking to see if I even got that email. So release, okay, thank you, Pepe. Release notes are on the download page. Well, of course they are. I should know that. So if we look at the download page, so go to the download page and scroll down. So this is the, here we go. What? The very bottom? Oh, the release. Oh, they used to have it already. I see. I see. Didn't they used to just have it? But now I guess they. So yeah. So just click on it. Okay. So there you go. So I just there you go. Just go to the download page and then yeah, you click on this. I think it used to be you didn't have to click on anything. It used to just show up. So. All right, guys, for some reason, this one is starting to rip higher. Elium therapeutic. Wow, look at the gap on this thing. Look at the volume that has come into this ELYM. Didn't see this at all. This is an earnings play. It looks like it's next week. If my eyes are correct, I think that's a 6 and not a 0. So this is an earnings play next week. And look at the volume that is coming in. And that is for ELYM. And again, look left and look at the room it's got. Now it's pulled back somewhat, but what if it takes out? Well, it got up to 546. Big volume today for it, 53 times normal. See if there's any specific news for it. Other than the law firms who are suing them or asking you to join a class action, which is so many of them. I don't see any specific reason today. Must be just in advance. The 16th is Monday, post market, so it's after hours Monday. So I don't know unless people are thinking they're going to have a good earnings release. Okay, thank you. Confirms an unsolicited indication of interest. All right. Shoot, this was shortable for me too. Yeah, that headline has not hit IB yet. All right, guys. Well, listen, the test drive is fast approaching, so I am going to put the link in again. Okay, so there is the test drive link. When you click on it, this is what you're going to see. So if you sign up today, basically, you will have access to the program. Give it about an hour after the market closes, so 5 o'clock Eastern time. It may be a little sooner, but probably around at least by 5 o'clock. So what does it all mean? For $11.11, you can have access to our premium service, except no auto trading, okay? There is no auto trading. Other than that, but the main reason why people want our premium service is to take a look at the AI, which has been, quite frankly, really producing well over the last couple of weeks. Now, let me just see a couple of things here. So there's BRP. So you had earnings on the 10th. AMD, that's far enough away. NVRO, that's far enough away. May 12th, that's not that far. What I'm trying to see is how many of these were earnings plays, okay? Because okay, that's far enough away. Well, that's good. That's good because if they're all earnings plays, because next week we hardly have any. And not that the AI is looking for earnings plays, but those are the stocks that typically move the most. Okay, so that's why a lot of earnings plays were showing up. So no idea what's going to happen next week. We have about 160 companies releasing earnings next week, and down from 600 this week. So I have no idea what to expect. Anyway, for $11.11, so you can have access to the premium service, except no auto trading. And it starts on the 16th, but again, you'll have access to the program about an hour after the market closes today. And I'm going to show you what I think you should do, to get set for it. Now, and again, listen carefully. The test drive is from the 16th to the 29th, okay? If you can only start on the 17th, you're not going to, and that is 10 trading days. So you're not getting 10 trading days from whenever you start. If you cannot take advantage of, between the 16th and the 29th, then you'll get a portion thereof. In other words, if you can start on the 17th, you'll get 9 trading days. You can actually sign up all the way to next Friday. Obviously, you're only going to get 5 trading days, but if you think $2 a day is worth it, then go for it. Okay, that's basically what it works out to. Okay, and also, if you're a standard subscriber, you can sign up for this. We'll put you into the premium service for the 10 trading days. Once the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We don't put you into a subscription. So again, for you standard subscribers, you'll go back to being a standard subscriber, unless of course, you tell us, hey, don't move me back. I love the premium service. So we only do this 4 times a year, so take advantage of it. You can try us out. So Johnny Ringo, I'm actually sharing, whoops, just a minute, clicked on the wrong thing. I actually created a test drive layout, okay, which I can give to you. So there's the test drive layout. And that is in essence, that's the layout that you see that I'm sharing. But again, remember, this is a layout, so make sure if you click on that link before you load it, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud. Okay, you can only have one layout loaded at a time. Yes, if you've docked all your windows, fine, but I don't want to get into that. So just remember, please save your layout to the cloud before you download my link. Okay. Here is my homepage link. Chock full of information. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So we already talked about, actually we didn't. If you want to take out a subscription right now, here's a promo code you can use. Obviously, if you're going to take the test drive, don't do this now. But if you want to take out a subscription right now, well, again, if you're brand new, why would you do it? Wait, pay $11.11 for 10 trading days. So don't do this. So if you are going to be, or if you're brand new to Trade Ideas, maybe you took out a subscription not that long ago, and if you haven't done this, but if you are part of this test drive, do this first. Let's get started, okay? Because it explains the download and the installation, the first startup and login, toolbar and right-click magic, etc. It'll take you about 30 minutes. There are 10 videos. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through it. Do that first. Save yourself a lot of agony. Now, once you've done that, if you want to dive into the education section, it's right here. So you can click here. There's the education section. And you can take a look at the user guide. Again, don't get hung up on how much information there is here. You don't have to learn it all. All I would probably look at is these first 4 to start. The getting started, which is probably that video. And then the channel bar, which is, showing you all the different channels that we got, all the theme-based channels. And then, the 2 key ones, the top list windows and the alert windows, what they are, how you can create them if you want to create your own scans, okay? So this is all I would look at, down the road. You want to look at how to put a sound alert on a alert window, or put price alerts on the chart, fine. But you don't have to learn everything. Just had a little, oh, the SPY, that was the SPY. Whoops, look at this, guy. So the SPY is at 400, or just, yeah, right at 400. In that education section also, there's that getting started video. Here is again, or the 10 videos. The support session. So all next week, of course, the trading room is always like this. It's not set up specially for the test drive, and neither are the support sessions. Okay, we do support all the time. So Chris will be in our YouTube room at 3:30 today, between 3:30 and 4:30. So before I take off, when I shut down the main room, you can head over to YouTube and listen to Chris. I'll put the YouTube link in before I do leave. So no webinars for the next 2 weeks, but once we resume again, you can sign up for all of them right now. And again, if you're new to trading, it's a great little video series that Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put together. It starts off with what is a stock? Okay, so a lot of information there. And if you're going to take the test drive, here a lot of the scans that I'm sharing are here. And what I'll do is, see, the way I break this down is not everybody wants my layout, but they might want to pick and choose what they like, okay, what they see here. You hear us talk about Zach's bouncers and toppers. That's not on the layout, okay? I'm not going to put it there. The breaking up and down in volume, I don't have it here. I don't have it on another screen. But that might be, those are things, low floaters on the move. These are things that might interest people. So that's why I create the individual alerts, individual scans. And so you can kind of pick and choose what you might like. I can tell you this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actors up and down with the gap up and down. These are the 4 I use in the pre-market. And of course, this gap continuation or reverse, which is really given us some awesome alerts over the last couple of weeks. I don't know what's going to happen next week, because a lot of the alerts that we're getting are because the companies have released earnings. So that's why you get these nice moves either on the upside or the downside. But next week, we're kind of out of earnings season. Though Frank, if he's here, tells me that the week after we have more. So anyway, you can take a look at these. And then also on my homepage, you get the trade of the week. It's sent to you before the market opens every morning. That's a free service. I do a stock of the day video at noon. That's free. We've already gone over the education. And of course, you have to be a subscriber for my scans, or if you're part of the test drive, you can have access to the scans. And then also, if you're part of the test drive, another thing I would do is click on our toolbar and click on new, and then click on docked channel bar. Don't click on channel bar, click on docked channel bar. And then these are all themed based channels, and you can take a look at them. So the idea would be to, maybe you want to take a look at the momentum channel. And if you like this scan up here, let's see, get something in here. So you see it says 139 and the time right now is 144. Well, that's because when I just loaded this, you're going to see the last alert. But everything, of course, is real time. That's what we're really good at. You create an event, in this case, the event is this, stocks between $1 and $50, 100,000 shares minimum, etc. And if a stock makes a new high, as long as these filter requirements are met and the stock makes a new high, we get a real-time alert. So you can go through the channels and you can start extracting scans that you think you might like to have as part of your layout. Now you can always alter, just like mine. If you took a look at some of my scans, you might look at this and go, well, I like the idea, but boy, I'd rather have a different price range. No problem. I'm just going to make the change to 10 and 100. I'll click on the summary and you see how that is now changed to 10 and 100. I'm going to click OK. And so then you could save it. So you could, I guess what I'm trying to driving at is that you can take a look at a scan if you like the idea, but you might like to make some cosmetic changes, maybe a different minimum volume or a different price range. You can do so, save it, and then save it to the cloud. And just so you know, when you make a change in a channel, if I leave the channel and come back, the change is not saved. And the reason being is that the channels are for everyone. The fact you want to make a change to something, not necessarily what everybody else wants. But really, though, the whole idea is I'm sharing my scans. We've got a lot of scans on all of these different channels. So if you don't want to build your own scans, you don't have to, from scratch anyway. You don't have to. You can take all the scans that we've created, take a look at them, pick and choose which ones you want, and then create a layout. So a lot of information here. So save my link and you can look at this. Let's get started anytime. You can look at my scans over the weekend or Friday night, and all the education is here. So save my link. Then you can do this anytime you want. The other thing I would do, you're going to be part of this test drive. You want to have access to this window. Now I'm sharing this scan. I am sharing this layout. So, you will see this. But, if you don't want my layout, but you do want to see the AI, what I would do is I would click on new and then AI/Holly strategy trades window. That's all you need. That's all you need. Okay. Make it like really uncomplicated. And then just make sure you check either the profitable trades or any profitable trades. So you just see the ones that are working. Who cares about the ones that aren't working? Now, before anybody says, well, Barry, you're just cherry picking. We're only cherry picking if you are so bound and determined to auto trade the AI. Now, first of all, you can't do it during the test drive because, yes, you're right. Because in auto trading, in theory, you have to take every trade. But I am a firm believer of not auto trading. Taking a look, you get an alert, click it, see what's happening, and then you can make up your mind if you want to trade it or not. Okay? So why not only follow the ones that are doing well? And they can set up at various times during the day. You missed the first entry, and I don't want to beat it to death, but you missed the first entry in the BRP, no problem. You had a great little entry here, right around this 22.20 mark. And look how far away it is. 70 cents away, horrors. But look what it did afterwards. Tacked on what, $1.40. So I mean, there's all sorts of ways to use the AI. Then you can practice trading, right here. This is the simulator. Okay, this is our simulator. You can practice trading in our simulator. And it doesn't matter, you don't even need a broker. And again, it is, of course, part of the test drive, but if you're a standard subscriber right now and wondering, well, what is the simulator all about? Well, first of all, you need the app, or sorry, you have to be using our downloadable application. If you're on our web-based version, this is not available. And then all you would do is just click on new and Brokerage Plus. And then this window will pop up. Again, I'm sharing it, that it looks like this. The other thing too is that when I was talking about the AI, when you have this window up, if you're not using my layout, but you have your own layout, but you want to add this, then add it and then save your layout. So you don't have to do it every day. You don't have to add this window every day. Just save your layout with the AI in it. Yeah, Sierra Wireless. You know what? I knew those guys way back. My goodness, how long ago? Because they're actually kind of down the road, down the street from me. And if I go all the way back here, you're going to see that this was one of the, oh, even, yeah, 50, when was this? No, even earlier than 2000. See, our data doesn't go back. I'm talking about in, ooh, 1998, 99-ish. Yeah, so our data only goes back to 2010. This was a high flying stock. Had a very cool technology in the early wireless days. One of the things I know that they were working on way back when, I digress, of course, I don't think it ever happened, but ambulances and fire trucks, what they were trying to do was to have, if an ambulance was racing down with the siren on, it would automatically turn the lights red in every intersection for the next little while. I don't think it happened, but I know they were trying to work on something like that. I thought that was pretty cool. Oh, yeah, so you do remember them, Tank, yeah. Yeah, so they're in Richmond. I mean, I don't know if they're still there. Let's see, profile. Yeah, they're still there, headquartered in Richmond, which is basically a suburb of Vancouver. Oh, I really can't compare. I mean, Benzinga, I mean, I don't know Benzinga Pro at all. I mean, I know they have new service and all that. We're a scanner though. I mean, we're a real-time scanner. Okay. So what I would do is, I mean, if you can afford the $11.11, you can try us out. But we're a real-time scanner. You can build your own scans with the event that you're looking for. In other words, a price range, a minimum volume, many things. I mean, Benzinga, I mean, I know they're more known, in my opinion, anyway, for instant breaking news and things like that. But if you can afford that, so yeah. So let me just, so you could try us out, and then you'll know. I mean, we're okay. So you can try us out. There's a test drive. So if you just showed up, if you didn't know that we're having a test drive, well, you've come right at the right time because it starts on Monday, but you'll have access to the program. Say about 5 o'clock Eastern time. So again, I've never had Benzinga Pro, but I'll be honest, I don't consider Benzinga as a competitor. I don't consider FinViz as a competitor. FinViz is a great site and all that, but if you're looking for real-time alerts and all, I mean, I think well, I'm obviously biased. I work for the company, but I think we're the best. Well, learning curve is hard, isn't it? I mean, I don't know. Depends on you, depends on your, how much time and effort you're willing to put into it. Everybody's different. What I would do, if you do take the test drive, save my link, my homepage link, and check out the Getting Started section. There's my homepage link also, okay? And when you click on it, the Let's Get Started. Let's get started. Do that first. It's a 10 videos, short videos, take you about 30 minutes to get through it. At least that gets you started, okay? Well, that's why it's called Let's Get Started. And then you can look at the education section. And all I would do here is, you click on the user guide, don't get hung up. When you say, what's the learning curve? Well, the learning curve would be really, really steep if you wanted to learn everything there is about trade ideas. But do you know, I mean, most of us have, I know I use this analogy all the time. Most of us have Word or some kind of a word processing program. If you look at the Word manual and somebody said, well, you've got to learn everything, who would do it? Right? Most of us just care about, well, how do I print? Maybe I want to change the font, or maybe I want to bold every now and then. I want to know how to save, but look at that manual. It's daunting. Same thing. I mean, our manual isn't quite like the Word manual, but all I would concentrate on are these first three things, the first four things. You should know what an alert window is and a top list window is, and what we have in our channel bar. After that, everything else is gravy. And but I also want to caution people who are taking the test drive, don't expect to be an expert in trade ideas or an expert in trading after 10 days. Remember, we are a scanning program. We're a scanner. So it's not, my scans that I create, when I get an alert, it doesn't mean, that's a signal to buy. No, 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 no. It's not. It's just that, the for a variety of reasons, I'm seeing an alert or a symbol because it meets the filter requirements. And then I'm interested in looking at it, and then I click and I check to see what's happening, and then I make up my mind if I want to trade it. And the AI presents a sort of a different look, okay, in that you have an entry, but again, you don't have to get in right at the penny. You can take a look at the trade, at what it looks like, and you have a stop. And this is part of our premium service, but it's available, of course, in this test drive. Whoop. Okay, guys, I think we're in our uh-oh moment. We may struggle to maintain positivity now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we're an hour and 45 minutes basically down. All right, guys. Well, we're getting close to 2 o'clock. Now, typically what I do is at 3, I'll put myself on mute, or maybe a little before that. The room will be open until 3:30. And then I'll shut the main room down. And by the way, people in YouTube wondering, well, what am I talking about? The main room. There is a more robust trading room. And I'll give you the link for that. See, there's a lot more action, a lot more traders in that room, kind of swapping ideas all day long. It's also easier for me to hand out links in the main room. And again, if you're new, the room is open at 8 o'clock. No, it could be earlier, but no later than 8 o'clock in the morning. This is Eastern time, of course. But sometimes earlier. It just depends on how early. I'm on the West Coast, so depends when I get up. Try to get up around 4. And so that's why sometimes if you guys are early, you'll see the room open, sometimes between 4 and 7 and 7:30, but no later than 8. Well, you're in the main room. So you're already here. I'm talking to people. See, this is the YouTube. This is what it looks like. It's just not as robust, not as much action. Memers beware. I'm looking at AMC, GME's starting to fade also, the big meme stocks. So when you say, are there any screen stocks for now? I don't know what you mean by that. I mean, the getting started, of course, is just what it says. But I'm sharing a lot of my scans. I'm also sharing this current layout that you see. I can give you that link if you want. Once, I don't know if you're part of the test drive. Oh, but again, about an hour after the market closes. Okay, so about an hour after the market closes, you can like save my layout. Okay, just save that link and save my homepage link. So then you can take a look at all of the scans that I'm sharing. I mean, you may not want my layout, okay, but you might see some individual scans that might be of interest to you. So if you go to my homepage, click on that link, and then here are my scans, okay, that I am sharing. And then there are a ton of scans in the toolbar. Click on new, and then dock channel bar, and then what is this showing up there? These are all theme-based channels. So I mean, once you're now again, 10 after or an hour after the market closes, of course, there is nothing happening, except you can always look at the where are we here? What? What happened to our post-market channel or after hours? Oh, here it is. Sorry. So there's our after hours channel. Okay, so you can take a look at that. Yeah, also as You're right. You can connect. No, it does not work with a Mac. Okay. I mean, you can make it work with a Mac if you're prepared to use an emulation program like Parallels, or get some kind of a cloud service like AWS, Amazon Web Services. Okay. But if you're going to use the web-based, and you can of course use it as a web-based version, but the web-based version doesn't have Brokerage Plus. So this Brokerage Plus window that you see here, if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, this link shows you how you can actually trade from within Trade Ideas. Okay, it shows you that link has two videos, and there's a short video that shows if you have an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account, how you can use this window that we call Brokerage Plus to trade from within Trade Ideas. But and the second video is a lot longer, goes into a lot more detail about how to use the window or how to use that Brokerage Plus window. But again, really listen carefully. If you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means you don't have this feature available. That's all it means. I mean, I have an IB account. I don't use this. I just use it to show you how you can practice trading with our simulator. Okay. When I'm trading, I'm trading from within IB. The reason I don't do this is because, I'm not going to try to toggle back and forth between live and simulation. I could do it if I weren't moderating a room and had, total devotion, total attention. But there's no way I'm going to do anything like that while I don't have, total attention on my trading account. Boy, look at this SPY, guys. I don't know if we're going to finish positive. I don't know if we're going to finish positive. That's too bad for those of you who wanted a positive finish. And yeah, EDR probably now it's turning out to be an awesome short. Yeah, it's still pretty good. I mean, what was the 21 break, right? And that, or was that the 22 break? That was the 22 break. Holy smokes. Yeah, that was the 22 break. So this is even awesomer. I'm not in it, but that's even, and just riding the market down now. Who mentioned that EDR first to me and asking me what my opinion was? I know I said, yeah, it looked pretty good, but I was going to take my break. That wasn't you, Deal Runner? I don't think it was you. It was somebody else who asked my opinion just before I think I went on my break. All right, guys. Well, it was you. It was okay. Thought it was somebody else who asked me my opinion of EDR, but then excellent. Oh, okay, Raj. Yeah, I'm sorry. The After Hours channel. Somebody answered you, but just in case you didn't understand, click on. Well, when you have access to the program, you will click on New and then Docked Channel Bar. Docked Channel Bar. Okay, and then where it says After Hours. Okay, After Hours. is what you're going to see. Of course, there's nothing happening yet, but if you take the test drive, you're part of it, then download the program or get the program up and running, and probably, I mean, I say an hour after the market closes. It could be 10 minutes after, and we're talking 4 o'clock Eastern, but then you'll start to see this fill up. So it's called after hours. Yeah, it makes it easier, doesn't it, Deal Runner? I mean, seriously, I don't know what you used to trade. Were you a 1 and 2 minute guy, or?1 minute, yeah, it's too. I mean, listen, when I first started doing all this is before I had trade ideas. I mean, I was 2 minutes and that was it. I only had a 2 minute chart. I had no other time frame, just a 2 minute chart. I only had one chart, in fact. I only have a 2 minute chart for kind of a, I could get rid of this. I really don't even, I hardly even look at it. It's just to see a volume burst. That's the only reason I have a 2 minute chart up, just to see a bit of a volume burst. But other than that, I certainly don't trade off the 2 minute chart. And as I've said many times, if somebody said, well, Barry, you can only have one intraday chart, it would be a 15 minute. But I remember, oh, I don't remember who it was, another trading room I used to be in a long, long, long time ago. And yeah, saying you'll do yours, not just to me, but people were talking, just use a 15 minute chart. You'll go, maybe you won't get, well, the bottom line was just use a 15 minute chart, and it'll probably clear things up a lot more for you, or clean things up a lot more for you. But I resisted for a long time. I said, that's ridiculous. I'm a day trader. I have to have a 2 minute chart. Well, and Tank, the whole thing is that when I'm talking about 15 minute charts and 5 minute charts, and you know me, I'm never ever going to say to anybody, and that's what you should do. My whole thing is, if it works for you, I don't care if you can find a way to, trade a 10-second chart. If you can find a way to trade it and make money, go for it. That's the thing. But he's not using trade ideas on, for the RBI and GBI. No, okay. Because we don't have a 2 minute RBI and GBI. All right, CSCW, pumpers, not us. Oh my goodness, 13-cent stock, 149 million shares in the float for a 13-cent stock. Wow. Hey, William, you too. Have a great weekend. Looking at all my thumbnail charts, and there is not one that is moving up. This is what some of my thumbnail charts that not one is moving up. You can see they're all moving down except for the figs, but the figs was just not a disaster, just a disappointment. It didn't move. Oh man, remember, no, I should say remember. This one, if you can believe this Otra, guess what it hit in the pre-market? Hands up. Well, look at this. It hit $34 in the pre-market. It's an insanely, that is not, well, I don't think that float is right. It's an insanely low float, but it hit $34 in the pre-market. And even when it pulled back down to here, there were some people that say, well, let's take it now at 28. And now, $9 stock and drifting down. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So those of you with Macs, there was a podcast done by a couple of guys at Trade Ideas who have Macs. It's still relevant, I think. So you can take a look at this podcast. We'll never have, well, never, extremely unlikely that we will have a Mac-based program. Maybe Leatherface, yeah. Nice Chainsaw Massacre reference. Guys, what I'm going to do right here is I want to get rid of my everything here. I want to load. I just want to make darn sure. Has anybody loaded my link for the layout? I just want to make sure it is working. It looks like this. I've tested it. It should look like this, but I just want to make sure. But so if somebody has loaded, my test drive layout. It is working, so it looks like this, the floater. Okay, good. And you're not getting any sounds, I wanted to make sure I removed all the sounds. You're not getting any sounds, right? Okay, good. Yeah, because that's a problem. Sometimes I used to forget to take the sounds off, and new people would say, what is this sound? Where am I getting it? Why am I getting it? Who's giving it to me? So how do I get my scans to work after hours? Okay, well, are you talking about top list windows, always sunny, or are you talking about alert windows? What are your scans? Because we have a couple of things, of course. If it's an alert window, then you just click on search and type in post. These are, you can have the post market highs, post market lows. You can have the post market volume, change in the post market. Okay, so these are some filters you can use. But if you're looking for an alert for a stock making a new high or low, then you could use these. These are actual alerts. If you're talking about a top list window, which is predominantly what I use when I'm doing my scanning after hours, all you have to make sure is that if you right click your top list window, if you right click and then click on time frame, make sure it says live, you check on live always. Okay, and then it'll work after hours. Okay, so if I did that too quickly, so here's your top list window, right click, time frame, live always. Now, some people just like live during market hours because they want to freeze, at 4 o'clock to see and maybe, take a look at it that way. I usually always have everything live always because I want to see the pre-market. I want to see the post-market. So does that answer your question? Of course, you can also go to our after hours channel. Okay, good. And again, for those of you who are new, if you create some kind of an alert window, let's say you're part of this test drive and you get really industrious and you take a look at the alert window section in the guide and you decide to create one, just so you know, you cannot use the relative volume filter. If you want to see stuff in the pre-market, you cannot use the relative volume filter. This filter that we here, okay? Oops. And I doubt, it shouldn't happen, but the relative volume, okay, you cannot use that filter. I mean, you use it, but if you use it, you will get no data in the pre-market, just so you know. You're talking about the top list window, so it should say something like this: time frame, live always. You're in the top list window, right? Always with a T in the upper left-hand corner. Okay, guys, my headset is just about ready to die, so just give me a moment, okay? All right, just give me a moment as I adjust my Bluetooth settings. Oh, just a minute. Okay, I'm back. Okay, so, oh, here's the HCAT, guys. Yeah, a little late for me now, maybe, but there's the HCAT. Oh, you got it? Okay, good. There's the HCAT now starting to drift down and the market helping, of course. And don't forget, anytime you make, not just you always, but anytime you make a change to anything, like what you just did, if you made a change, if you make a change, a price range, or you make any change at all, add a sound alert, don't forget, you've got to save your work. Okay, you've got to save your work, otherwise otherwise it will not be saved. So you can save your work two ways. The first way I absolutely recommend, and this goes for everybody who's going to be on the test drive, but also if you're new to trade ideas, everything you do in the test drive, if you create a layout, if you create some scans of your own, save it to the cloud. Okay, so you would file, save or share to cloud. So I'll click on entire, and then you give your layout a name. Now what I'm doing here is it's the entire, I'm not going to do it. And this is taking a while because I've got some other things going on, but yours should be very, very rapid. There we go. Okay, and that'll be blank. Or if it has another, just give it another name, my first trade ideas layout, and save it. So now it's in the cloud. That's your layout. Individual scans though, right click, save or share to cloud. Click on the save or share to cloud, save. The reason being is that everything you do in the test drive, if you decide that you want to take out a subscription later on, as long as you use the same email that you use to sign up for the test drive, everything is still available for you. And, it could be, the following day, the following week, the following month, the following 5 years, as long as, Trade Ideas is still in business. As long as you use the same email to sign up, then everything you do in the test drive. And also, sometimes, maybe you don't want to have trade ideas anymore for a while, want to take a break and you want to come back to it. Well, just use the same, as long as you use the same email to resubscribe, everything that you've done will be saved as long as you have saved it to the cloud. You'll have access to it. Okay? And there's another reason though for saving things to the cloud. Oh, and the other thing is you can save it to your computer too, file, and then save layout. And then, give it a name and save it. But why to save things to the cloud is because, just a minute, if you can have trade ideas loaded on as many devices as you want. So obviously I'm working on a desktop, but I've got a laptop, I've got several tablets, okay? I can have them on all my devices. I can only load trade ideas one device at a time. But let's just say I go run out and buy a new laptop. Well, all I have to do is download the program, and then I go to the cloud, and everything is there for me. So I don't have to recreate all my layouts and all my scans. The other huge reason for doing it is, let's just say you have, like me, I'm on my desktop. If I woke up tomorrow and something went wrong with my desktop, it's smoking. Okay, it's on fire, so I need a new one. Well, it's a pain. But all I have to do, of course, is download get a new one, download the program, and everything is there still for me. Well, late for me, but HCAT, very late for me. Oh, it's only 2:30. I was getting ahead of myself. I thought it was 3:30. Oh my gosh, guys. I'm sorry. I'm going to vent a little bit here. I don't think there's anybody in this room. Try to simplify your trading just a little bit. We've got my trading, for instance. I'm not saying, you have to follow me exactly, but all of my alert windows only have one trigger. My trigger, for me is always a new high. I don't mean yours has to be, but I'm looking at some of the scans that people are sending us, and they've got like 40 triggers, 40 different triggers. And of course, it's firing over and over and over and over and over and over again. I mean, you've got to simplify your trading somewhat. Okay. And they're wondering, well, what's going on? Why isn't it working? How come, it's exasperating sometimes when I see these emails that come in, and it's the problem is our poor support people have to deal with it. I think the most I ever have in any strategy might be 2 alerts. In other words, maybe I'll have a 5-minute high alert and a new high of the day alert. Maybe something like that, but that's about it. Yeah, I can't do it, Hydra, because you'll tell people not to short. So when people ask for, well, do you guys have any good short strategies? You say, don't short, you evil person. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Oh, I see. So if you're getting paid, then you will compromise your values. I see. So it's all about the money. Okay. Now you got to be 100% behind it, both directions, Aja. Sorry. Okay, a little bit of poppage now in the market. There is no way. No. Sorry, Jesse, there's no way. Now, before I say that, I know they were working on other. Yeah, I don't see it. No. we're talking about that though. No, no option there. No. Well, it's actually, you can actually access, frankly, you can actually access the program. Give it about an hour after the market closes. So say 5 o'clock Eastern time today, then you'll have access to the program. Then you can play around with it for the balance for tonight, and then Saturday and Sunday. And that's what my recommendation is, to do something at least look at the getting started, so that when you are on the trial, you have at least an idea about what the program can do. That's a beauty, deal runner. Man, oh man, that is a beauty. EDR. It's showing up on the gap up and reverse. I don't know when the first time it showed up, but actually it showed up at 11:48. 11:48, and the price was 21.29. So it actually showed up here as a gap up and reverse. Because what I've done here on my gap continuation is to only show the first time of the alert. So I can kind of go back and say, okay, great. Because you see, I'm seeing it here over and over and over again. I actually didn't realize it was in the gap up and reverse. I probably would have paid. I might even have taken it. I know I was just getting set for my break, but very nice. Well, you mean the gap continuation or reverse? You just go to my homepage. Just go to my homepage. It's there. The gap continuation or reverse. You asked me that yesterday, didn't you? And also, just give me a moment here. I'm just gonna get rid of, your email, okay? So yeah, just go to my homepage. Well, there are 4 strategies there. Yeah, so just, so take a look at it again. Yeah, grab all 4. It's a multi-strategy window and has all 4. So again, my scan, so it has all 4. Yeah, so just, a general, and I haven't, I know I've said this many times, I have no idea what's going to happen next week with this, because a lot of these are earnings plays. I mean, it's another earnings play, right? EDR, ABST, is it an earnings play? Well, not today, but, relatively, May the 10th, so that would have been May 11th in terms of the reaction. So a lot of the things we see in the gap continuation or reverse right now either had earnings either yesterday after the market closed or this morning, or either within maybe 3 days. But what this is doing, it's a multi-strategy window. What a multi-strategy window does, just to let you know, especially for those who don't have a lot of screen space. So you can take as many alert windows as you want and put them into a multi-strategy window. Put them all in one window. That's the original reasoning for a multi-strategy window. Now I've got enough screen space, but what I wanted to do was I wanted to combine kind of similar strategies into one window. So this is what we see. Here are the strategies. So the gap up and go. These are all gap strategies. So gap up and go meant if I got an alert, it meant the stock gapped up and then it kept going. That doesn't mean it's going to keep going forever, but when we get the alert, that's what happened. Gap down and reverse, it means the stock gap down and then it's starting to reverse. Again, it doesn't mean it's going to reverse forever. Gap up and reverse, and that's what the other one was. EDR, stock gapped up, and then it reversed. And that one did keep going down forever, or at least it seems like it. And then the last one, the gap down and go, stock gap down, and it kept going. Again, doesn't mean forever. So it's been a great little window idea generator for the last couple of weeks. You know, Pepe, I thought you could, but where? Yeah, I love it. Because I remember they're talking about it. I just didn't, where is it? Not in the properties. So hold on, Jesse. Is it in indicators? Oh, oh, in the chart style. See, they hide it. Oh, I see. Chart style. Ah, there you go. Okay, I was wrong. Thank you. You know, I really thought that it was there. I just couldn't remember where it was. Okay, so Jesse, there you go. Display prior day close. Let's do it. And you can pick a color, of course. So yeah, just as Tank is saying, or Majestic is saying, that sort of a change that you made, make sure you say all your work to the cloud. Otherwise, that little change will not be. If I wanted to do that, let's see, chart style. No, I see. Okay, there it is. Okay, there you go. So there's your green line. Okay, it's not a bad ad. Maybe put it on a daily chart. Well, are you sure that, well, for instance, try ABST, okay? Load ABST because I just did it and you know, there I see a green line. What color did you show? Did you choose? It's so try ABST on a daily chart because I see the green line right on my chart and that corresponds to the close. Okay, did it show up? Well, okay, for instance, so the close was at 795. So if I tried to put this on a 15-minute chart, I wouldn't see it, right? Because it's out of the boundary. I mean, I'm using this one as an example. ABST closed at say 791. If I'm looking at a 15-minute chart or a 5-minute chart, 2-minute chart, 895, 795 is not showing here. So it can't show, it won't show it. Maybe if I make it bigger, okay, does that make sense? Okay. Hey, appreciation all goes to Pepe, who's my resident IT manager. Telling you, Pepe, if there's a job opening. At least I did remember that I thought it had been talked about. I just couldn't remember where it was. Yeah, Netflix is strong at the close here. Yeah, Netflix is having a strong close. With I mean, this is a real contrary trade here because look at this, look what what it is doing, and look what the market was doing. Netflix was not. I mean, you would have thought Netflix would follow the market a little bit more of it. Oh, okay. Something about wokes, telling people to off the woke folks. Okay. Yeah, well, especially if I don't use the feature, then I'm not always 100% aware of it. Wow, it's 247. Oh, good. I don't mean good. I love you guys, but all right, guys. So I think what I'll do is feel like I'm losing my voice a little bit here. So what I'm going to do is I'll put myself on mute. I'll hop back on the mic if you have a question, but I will put myself on mute. I'll put the announcement in here. Okay, so the room will be open until 3:30. Yeah, I think I do, or something stronger. Um, what was I gonna say? Okay, so yeah, the main room I'll shut down at 3:30. I will put the YouTube link in before I do, if you do want to go over to YouTube, because Crystal will be there between 3:30 and 4:30. So I will put myself on mute right now. There he is. I heard a little ping. That must mean that Chris, you're in the room, or soon to be in the room.
Yes, I am. Sorry, I had to switch my speakers so that we didn't get a whole bunch of echo and feedback.
So how are you?
I'm
I saw some of the
exhausted.
emails.
I am exhausted,
Yeah.
Barry. If you've seen anything going on in our support chat today,
Oh yeah.
you'll know.
Yeah. No, I know. It's amazing, and it's about the 0.5% that really you have to spend all your time on. That's amazing.
Well, we put out a heck of a software, and there's a lot of people that want to put it to the test. And unfortunately, when it's our software linked with another entity, there are things out of our control, as you well know.
Why don't we just get rid of that entity?
You know what my vote is.
Oh yeah. I mean, I love the simulator. I think that's great. But yeah, as far as linking with E-Trade and IB, as you know, I don't really use it either. But it seems like those are all the problems. I mean, all the issues. Not, for I guess for a lot of people that there's not an issue, but for some there's just issues, and it just takes so much time to try to resolve them.
Well, I think here's the big thing, especially for us. IB is pretty much all good. It's always user error with IB. E-Trade,
Mhm.
there's always that mystery, number one. And then number two is you have a lot of people that just forget that we are for retail traders. IB is for retail traders. E-Trade is for retail traders. So when you have people that think they're going to send 1,000 alerts a day, that's just not realistic. That's all there is to it. Your broker's going to tell you that. I don't need to tell you that.
Exactly.
Well, I came in early to get you out early because
Thank you. No,
a couple of weeks
I know.
coming in.
Yeah.
But you're welcome to hang around with me.
Nope.
I can think of no better company to speak trading with.
I'm done. But listen,
All right,
have a great weekend, and let's get ready for Monday morning.
You as well, my friend. I'll talk to you bright and early Monday morning.
Okay, you bet. Okay, I'll mute myself now.
Sounds good. So happy Friday, everybody. Looks like we got the bounce that everybody thought we would finally get. Think we were quote unquote due for it. Just because we're due for something doesn't ever mean it's actually going to happen. But that's what it is. So with that said, I can see all my races just froze. But I think this is a secondary software issue and not a trade ideas issue. Very interesting stuff. So let's see. Not much I can do about this, it looks like. Other than to reload my layout. And of course, please, fire away any questions that anybody has here. I think I'm going to get ready to pull the trigger on a new machine today. I've been considering switching over to Mac. I think we're getting to that point. So yeah, it was an issue. So just running too much software, and this old PC just can't handle it anymore. It's hard to believe that I've had this PC for as long as I have now. So let's rearrange my screens. Apologies while we make that happen here. There we go. And all is right with the world again. So, well, small crowd in here, and so far the silent treatment, I understand. See how it is. Where were we? Well, we were talking about a bounce. So let's bring up that SPY chart. All right, and look at it intraday and whatnot. We came down here, touched some pretty low levels, continued to make these new 20-day lows. That's what this black line is. It's the only indicator that I use. It's a multi-period low of 20 days. It's the only indicator on my daily charts anyways. For now, I'll leave these on my intraday charts for the intraday trading that I'm now doing. But, nice strong gap up. We faded, almost filled the gap. Excuse me, almost filled the range of the day, but not quite before we get a bounce. We'll see if we can hold this going into the close here. Yeah, Aj, I'm doing so much more media work between streaming and trying to, if anybody follows me on Twitter, I'm posting a lot of, I'm converting different things to GIFs, and, there's other streaming that I want to do. There's more stuff that I want to do. And I just think Mac is the way to go for this kind of thing. Those M1 chips, they, really second to none on anything. And, I look at what Michael has for a setup, and he's using a MacBook, and then, hooks it with his monitors, and he's very mobile with that now. And so it's really what I'm looking at is something like that, essentially. Of course, I don't like to, well, you don't know, but I don't like to cheap out on things. And, looking at, the pricing on some of these things, some of these MacBooks that I'm looking at with the specs on them, you're talking over, $3,000, and that's, nothing to sneeze at for making a purchase like that. So I never make purchases like that very lightly. So anyways, with that said, we can see, it's not even that I'm running that much software. I have a noise canceling software, that Barry's been using. I think that's what's really doing me in. Cheapest cloud computing option. I don't know. I guess the toss up between Microsoft and Amazon for virtual machines. So that's my other concern about switching over to Mac, is I'll have to either get Parallels or I'll have to run an Amazon AWS account or a Microsoft 360 account. So, but I'm just gonna probably go to the Apple Store and price it out, and we'll see from there. So anyways, with that said, been running this race this week. Definitely found some interesting stuff in it. I can't go back through and now show you because I had to restart my layout, but all the same, using these Bollinger Bands, even though I don't put them on my scan, I understand the function of the Bollinger Band enough to know what it's looking for. And looking at a chart, gives me a pretty clear idea of what I've got going on here. Today it actually had some really great stuff coming through it, but also, as the saying goes, rising tide lifts all boats. So, while I jump this over here real quick, we've just got this massive gap up with the SPY today, 10 points on the SPY off yesterday's close. I mean, you could probably pick stock tickers out of a Scrabble bag today and, hit it on the long side. So obviously I don't think that that's a trend that's going to continue, but you never know. Jay Powell's getting confirmed and the market seems to like him in general. And, the market doesn't like uncertainty, and we've had this big sell off. And, for the longest time I've said there was no reason for us to really be going up through all of this like we did. So what's the reason to, the reasons to sell off have always been there. They've been here all through all this, the reasons to sell off, with the exception of inflation. So, we'll see. We'll see what happens. I still think the overall trend is lower. That's how I position myself. That's, it's my 2 cents. It's easy to say in hindsight, of course, these were dead cat bounces. Likely that we see a bit more of a bounce. I don't think we get back above 420 for a while. So probably that means we will get back above 420, since that's what I'm figuring. I did look at the Qs today. Get rid of all these indicators. Mark up. move all markups. So yeah, the Qs are even more sold off than the SPYs, not by a ton, but definitely by some. And again, I'm a big proprietor of when we start to see lower highs. All right. So, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 actually clear lower highs, I would say. Let's zoom in a little bit. There we go. So, there's the all times. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lower highs we can even put in there if we wanted. And if we don't take out this range here, that'll make 6 lower highs, and that's what we can confirm. We can even do an Elliott wave confirmation of that, and first wave, second wave, third wave, fourth wave, fifth wave. And that will work only because this third wave here is just slightly bigger than the first wave. And an Elliott wave, you cannot have a smaller, the third wave cannot be the smallest of the waves. And of course, there's corrective waves in this motive wave as well. So, all stuff to look at. I really struggled with Elliott wave at the beginning of the CMT studies, and I've really grown to like it a lot, to be honest. I don't know that it has a scanning value for me, but definitely in identifying overall larger trends when I'm doing chart work. It's starting to jump out at me quite a bit. So anyways, for whatever that's worth, anybody that's an Elliott wave fan, that's what I'm seeing there. So and I would say, we would have had a zigzag or running flat through here as the corrective wave leading into the new motive wave on the trend change is what I would go with. I'm putting that fancy CMT stuff to work here. So shutting down some software, see if I can get this working a little better. All right, that didn't seem to help a whole lot. Let's check out some of these going into the close here. COMP, so that's really moving. And coming off earnings yesterday morning, looks like. So, but nice trend change reversal in that for a couple of days. Pro gap, you can even call that. Real liquid. And also, and selling was overdone. So, we'll see. We'll see what happens now. Is it going to be this 1 or 2 days and back done and back to the dungeon, or a move? And unfortunately, I think the overall market's lower, so I think that'll kind of crush it like that. And again, folks, I'm just kind of battling into the mic here, some thoughts on some different charts. So please fire away questions if you have them, whatever they happen to be. And again, another solid day from the AI again. So it's nice to see it's back on track. And we'll see if that trend continues. We've had a nice solid week plus from the AI after a really, really poor 6, 7 weeks from it. And I mean, really poor 6 or 7 weeks, embarrassingly poor. So now it's been completely opposite. That has been outstanding. I mean, $1.30 on a $45 alert. $1.55 here, and this is just right now on a $21 alert, $21.50 alert. So those are some good percentage numbers. Not as good percentage wise, but still a nice alert here off of VTR. Even Yum China, not a bad alert off of that. So and obviously AMD without. I don't think I need to go over that. Good stuff. Definitely good stuff from the AI today. So it's good to see it there. STKL, that's been active lately, right? Yeah. So yeah, another nice move off of that. More farming stuff. Although some of the other farming plays that we saw, or agricultural plays that we saw, several weeks ago, they've not caught the same wind that they caught before. So it's been a rotation on that entire sector in general. I would say this, Stephen, your early trades, if these are your really first trades ever, the last thing you should be thinking about is making money. It should be executing a well thought out plan, and that's it. The money will come. That's how it goes with trading. So especially, I don't know who your broker is, but if you've got a commission-free broker, hell, buy one share. That's it. And this way, if something goes wrong, you didn't get hurt. That's all there is to it. You can't do that with IB, unfortunately, because that'll, kind of skew things because of the commissions with IB. But if if you're E-Trade or TD Ameritrade, I think Webull's commission free. I don't know. I've never used them. I never really got into whatever they're doing there. I would say, one share, execute a plan. First, one part of the plan is your scanning, generate the ideas. The other part of the plan is answering the questions. Why did I get in that trade? What was my downside risk on that trade? What was my possible upside reward? This is always possible. This is always a hard number. All right. How do I manage when I am up in the trade? All right. And then eventually you'll have to add into it, how do I share size and why do I share size? But these are all part of the trading plan, which includes the scanning for the ideas. And that's, the stuff that I'd point you at. And then every single trade that you make, you need to journal, whether you're doing it handwritten or in Google Docs or Microsoft Word or whatever you decide to do. Every trade, you write down why I got in it, why I got out of it, what worked about it, what didn't work about it, any other detail. Excuse me, any other details that you come up with. Oh, good Lord. In 1 second here, stupid spam bots. So there you go. Peter's throwing out Fidelity. Yeah, they went too slow for me though to go to commission-free trading. I talked to them. I said, listen, you guys don't go commission-free. I'm moving my account from you. And they said, well, it's just not a path we're going to do. And then I must have not been the only one, because about 3 weeks later they went commission after telling me they weren't doing it. Kevin, let's see. I just signed up for the test drive. Where do I find training videos for this, so I can use it effectively and get the most out of the software? All right, so Kevin, first thing I want to send you here is a few things. So go over some stuff. Sorry, just finding my links. Lincoln. So here's getting started video series, short videos, very short videos. Okay. This is the page that I just sent you to. And, there's some of the stuff you might want to skip. I don't think if you got a download or you're having any trouble with that, you can check this, check these out, download and installation, for startup and login. And then we start to get into the toolbars and what we call right-click magic. And what we mean by right-click magic is everything in Trade Ideas is a right click. If it's charts, right click, you have all these options. If it's scanning, if it's races, right click in all these options. All right. If it's an alert window, right click, and all these options. All right. And then, we go into, and when I say we, it's a Roy. Stephanie really made these, layout styles. All right. And then we have some different pre-made layouts for you in here. One of them I made. All right. Creating free floating layouts here. All right. Creating dock layouts. And all these are short videos. They're not real long videos. So, you can scan through them real fast. Intro into scans. All right. Building top list scans. And then building alert window scans. All right. And then an intro into charts here. All right. So that's the first link that I sent you. Then, let's see. I'm going to suggest you head to our education page. I'm going to share that out with everybody here. And on the education page, you have the TI user's guide. All right. Excellent guide. We scroll down, we've got a section on everything down here. Now, I understand what I always say is that some of this will be difficult at the beginning because you need context. What is an A window? What is a T window? All right. But context comes over, over a couple of hours of messing around in here, watching a few videos. All right. I'm going to go over where to find more videos as well in a moment here, but I just want to show this out. There's also, if we click on full table of contents in the user's guide and we click the magnifying glass, we have a search function. You can search for all kinds of things in here, go over those items. All right. After the user's guide, we're going to come to these getting started videos. This is a Tuesday, Thursday live stream that I do. It's streamed here on YouTube, but I also do it on Zoom on Tuesdays and Thursdays. So, if it's small crowds, I've been enabling mics for people to be able to come in and talk in Zoom. And it's almost like getting a private lesson with just a few people in there. Now, look, if there's 30 or 40 people in there, I can't do that. There's too many people have talking at once. I'm only there for, I'm only here for about an hour each day. That's about what I can allot for time. So that's how that works. But Monday through Friday, I am on YouTube. But like I said, Tuesdays and Thursdays, I'm also on Zoom/YouTube. All right. These 20 introductory lessons are just real point and click lessons. Again, context kind of helps, having some context what they are, but all the same, they're there for you to use. Daily support sessions is how you are with me currently today. And then at noon Eastern every single day, you get one of us as well here. So Barry gives up the live stream for an hour each day. You get me on Mondays. You get Michael on Tuesdays, Steve on Wednesdays, Jamie Thursday, and Andy rounds it out on Fridays, noon Eastern. These are all right here, 5 days a week at that time. There's the traders room here. I'm going to go into a little bit about Barry. If you're not familiar with Barry, he shares all of his scans there. All right. And then we have, I don't know if we'll be doing the daily webinars this coming week or not because of the test drive. I'm not sure if those got canceled or not. But we have these webinars that are here, and then a whole slew of other educational videos that you'll find here. All right. And then for those that are really, really just starting out, okay, back to basics series that Michael Noss did. All right. He literally starts off with what is a stock? And I know a lot of people can say, well, that sounds so silly. Well, when I first started out trading, did I know what a stock was? Yes, but I didn't understand market mechanics whatsoever, any of those things. I worked in restaurants for 27 years. I bought a few stocks casually, all right? I didn't know about charting. I didn't understand candlesticks. I didn't understand moving averages. Michael goes into every single one of these things, all the way up into artificial intelligence. 36 videos, or 36 parts to it anyways. And, you'd be doing yourself a disservice if you did not go onto Michael's homepage and check that out. In all honesty, you'd be doing yourself an incredible disservice. Here's a link to it. He puts out an incredible amount of free information in there. He's got his own service and all that too, but you'd be doing yourself a complete disservice. And I see your question, Bill. I'm going to jump on that in a minute. All right. And then there's some different books and things like that in here. And so that's where I'd point you to. We'll call you Kev. And so let me know if there's anything else you want me to go into some more detail of anything. I think I covered all the main stuff there on that education page. Obviously, our YouTube channel is littered with videos as well. So, Bill, I play Bollinger Band bounces. My problem is too many junk stocks. Do you have an optimized Bollinger Band? No, I don't have an optimized Bollinger Band scan. Sorry. The only thing I do with Bollinger Bands, I just only started experimenting with them in this race here, because I play Bollinger Bands to break the upper band means a long, or break the lower band means a short. And that's how I play Bollinger Bands, as intended by Mr. John Bollinger himself, who I had the pleasure of meeting. I'll brag about that for the rest of my life. You'll always hear me humble brag that one. I know a lot of people like to play mean revision or bounces on the Bollinger Bands. Just not how I was introduced to them, so it's not how I see them like that. Let's see, we got 347. So maybe we can mess around with Bollinger Band scan in a second. Here's the issue though, with any kind of optimizing going on, especially for me right now. It's very hard to backtest a scan. Yeah, I knew that. That's where I was kind of going with that. It's very hard to backtest a scan in this environment when you have 64 days worth of data max. Excuse me, dry throat, just coughing a little bit and mute myself. You know, it's hard because, you know, going back those 60 whatever days, look at this chop that we're in. So, you know, unless the scans are looking for real kind of short-term plays for just a couple of minute hold and things like that, it's hard to find, it's hard to optimize and backtest anything. And, you know, it's something that I've on my heavy wish list. On my heavy wish list that we had more data for back testing. Sorry, just getting a message in here. Yes, it would. Well, you know, but not every market, choppy market environment is going to be the same. That's you know, when you're testing with short-term data, that's all it is short-term. You know, it's going to be, a lot of it gets curve fixed or curve fitted, you know, unfortunately. It's just how it works. That's all there is to it, unfortunately. But well, you know, we got time. Nobody's asking any other questions here. And also, you know, Kev, if you've got specific questions, please ask them. You know, that's what I'm here for right now. You know, a lot of this ends up me being shooting the breeze about markets because nobody asks questions. It's, you know, one of my gripes is that the fact that I see there's 28 viewers right now, and I feel like, you know, we do a lot more here than what should be 28 viewers. But, you know, I'm of the mindset that people don't want to learn. They just want to be told what to do, like mindless robots at this point. And they don't want an education. But I feel like we provide a pretty good education here, not just scanning, but markets in general. And so my feelings get hurt that there's only, you know, 20 people in here or so every single day. And I'm just not sure why we can't draw a bigger crowd. Anyways, that's my own insecurities. So please tell all listeners this: the book's only good to a point. It's okay to hold overnight. Yeah, you know, it's fine holding overnight. You just make sure that when you're holding overnight, it meets your criteria for holding overnight. I always tell people this. You know, I get asked all the time: is trade ideas good for swing trading? Yeah, well, anything's good for swing trading. But what's your swing trading criteria? You know, we scan for ideas. Now, not every idea through every scan is gonna be quality, but you know, what's your criteria? You know, so if someone asks me, you know, is trade ideas good for swing trading, and I ask them, well, what's your swing trading criteria, and they say, I don't know. Well, okay, well, we can't help an I don't know. You know, nobody can help an I don't know. Tell me what you're looking for swing trading, and I'll point you in that direction. You know, and that's how that works. But all right, so with all that said, you know, so maybe Kev or anybody else that's new here and still trying to figure things out with the software, when we're building anything new, what do? We find the menu bar here, all right, and we go new. And in this case, let's do an alert window, all right. And let's see. So Bill wants to do more mean revision as far as we go on this. So we're going to swap things out. Now, listen, when everybody starts a new alert window, everybody's going to look different based on what your default is. I created a default alert window to always look like this. So I went through and I told, my God, this software is really struggling. What the heck is going on? Sorry, just seeing if there's something I can kill. Maybe that helped a little bit. All right. So, my default alert windows, I set it up so it's just these columns in here when I start a new alert window, and that it's always on this crossed above resistance here. So, so I'm not, a lot of times people load a new alert window, there's a bunch of filters with values in them. And I set it up so mine doesn't have that. All right. So let's start off with, we want to look for Bollinger Bands. Now, tell me, Bill, playing Bollinger Band bounces. So you're trying to find stuff near the bottom of the Bollinger Band. So let's do this. Let's go with a 5-minute high. All right, let's add that alert. We're going to sub that out here just like so. Hide unused again. Now let's go Bollinger Bands. We're going to use 5-minute Bollinger Bands because we went with a 5-minute high. We're going to add that filter. And we are going to give this a value of, let's say, in between 0 and 20. All right. And so essentially this is what we're doing here with this. So show me stock for the prices no more than 20% above the lower Bollinger Band, also where the price is at the lower Bollinger Band. Because the idea is he wants to find a bounce. All right. And while we're going through this, let me know if we, throw it out there, Bill, or anybody else, we can adjust as we go along. If you're like, I don't like that range, right? Let's add this or let's sub this for that. Otherwise, I'm just going to kind of go off my own cuff here and build this out. All right, so that's what we've got for that. Boy, I really. All right, now I'm going to give this a price range-ish. Let's, go $5 minimum. Volume here, let's, I get rid of junk 225,000, so 225,000 shares minimum traded on the day. Let's find stuff that's got a little bit of action to it compared to normal. So we'll go 2x on the relative volume. And again, I know I'm going kind of fast on some of these things. So if there's something that doesn't make sense or you don't understand something, why I selected a value or why I selected a filter or even what the actual filter means, please ask so I can answer. I do a lot of this, under the guise that many of you already understand what we're doing here as I'm, talking out loud, building the scan. So, all right, so far, what do we got going on? We're making we got to make a 5-minute high. So that means this 5-minute candle has to take out the top of the take out the high of the previous 5-minute candle. All right, we've given this range. We're at here on the Bollinger Band. Let's just start there. We'll call it Bollinger bounce. And I just want to start here and let's just take a look at today's data. All right. And so let's go today on the history and let's just see what we got. And what I try to do when I look at history on a scan. Now, remember, we're only getting a sample of today's data. So, not the greatest sample, but the idea is just to see, is the scan finding things that we want to find? All right. And let's go with, let's start. Like to start after 9:45 Eastern, generally speaking. That first, 15 minutes is such a shakeout. So, all right, we got the alert here at 6:11, and we didn't even make it much higher after that. So we got the alert there. So nothing really to do there. Also, this stock has no range whatsoever. It's a 5 billion float stock, so not very interesting. All right, Twitter, what say you? think they had some news today, right? So very nice alert, 40.49. All right. And we got a nice move back up towards that. And for fun, we're doing this on 5-minute time frame. So let's give this an indicator of Bollinger Bands here so we can actually see what we're doing. Add 20 period to standard deviation, right? That's a typical Bollinger Band. Close that. And so just trying to get that Bollinger Band. Really not get what I want here. All right, that's a little better. All right, so we can see here, we caught it, all right, and we moved towards the top of that Bollinger Band. Actually, you know, it broke the top of the Bollinger Band here off that crash. No, I'm lying. That's the lower Bollinger Band. The lower Bollinger Band caught it actually and kept falling, but this kept moving up off of that. So there's a bounce back towards the top of the Bollinger Band range after the alert. Because remember, the alert window is trying to catch it, you know, towards the beginning of this bounce. All right, so we got the same thing with gold. Got a nice bounce in gold off that lower Bollinger Band. We got no bounce on this one. All right. This came up, you know, we got the alert and it just continued to fade. We actually didn't get a bounce on this till later in the day when the lower Bollinger Band actually caught it before we got that bounce. All right. So we found some good alert, some bad alert. Continue to kind of go through this here. There we go again. So we found another nice bounce for you there. Pro silver shares, but all the same, a chart's a chart. Vodafone is probably gonna be a ridiculous chart because it's 2 billion float. Wow, actually better than I would have thought. So again, we caught you know, off that lower Bollinger Band, and even though the lower Bollinger Band still had a ways to drop to make that 2 standard deviations, the alert came here while it was, you know, in that 0 to 20 range off the bottom Bollinger Band, and actually a nice alert off of that. You know, and I consider a nice alert relative to what this stock's range really trades. PSO is going to be an ETF again, I think. I don't know. All right, so, you know, let's see, 908. So we caught that alert here, and then it fell, you know, fell 6 cents off that alert, and then ended up making a move up here. So we can see this thing's a big float. I won't say massive, it's, you know, 600 million float. But again, not a lot of range to it. So now, you know, we have some data. Are you supposed to sign up under Tinder? I mean, I wouldn't recommend it, but hey, you know, you do you. Let's see, are they still, was I able to get rid of those posts, or they're still ridiculously there? No, that deleted, all right. Right. Well, and that's where more trading plan comes in versus scanning. You know, scanning returns us the idea. Now what's the trading plan on that? So, you know, when you see a stock that's got this minuscule range like this, you know, that's when someone might take a really large share size because you know you're probably not going to get a big move up or down necessarily. But again, that becomes trading plan versus scanning. So, you know, now my next thought on all this is this. We're finding what we want for sure. However, there are a few things to note. A lot of these stocks that have alerted and done well actually gapped down and had a reverse. And if we look at the market today, overall, we actually, there we go, gapped up and continued. So it's very interesting to see all these gap down reverses on this alert. And it's not interesting so much that they did well. It's interesting that they're showing up on the scan. That's the interesting part to me. Now, the other thing we could do, all right, is, and I'm not going to do it now, but if we wanted to get rid of stuff that has a terrible range or mess with the float or anything like that. Now, I'm not one that I don't use a float filter. I'm not one to use a float filter because what happens if, my scan is alerting higher float stocks and I'm missing good moves in higher float stocks because higher float stocks can have big moves too, right? And so now I'm limiting myself on the data that the scan could come through. The other thing we could do, we could add an average true range, if we wanted to see stuff with larger ranges, or we could even, do range, on some other time frame here, on larger time frames as well, so that we can see stuff that has a larger trading range like that. So, these are all options that we could add to the scan. We just created something basic here that we wanted to know, is this going to return us ideas that we're looking for? As we've gone through a whole bunch of charts, and we continue to go through charts, all right, we are finding stocks that have done it. We also find stocks that are not doing it, of course. 2536, this thing, basically caught it at the top here. But this was pretty far off that lower band, so it's kind of stuck in no man's land of that band before it really caught the lower end of this band and made a move. So we also have seen some stuff like that, and we could say to ourselves, maybe I tighten up the band, the lower Bollinger Band range. All right, here's a nice one. And so we're seeing a lot of the alerts that look the best. They were real close to the range here. All right, or excuse me, real close to the lower band. And this one never really did anything after that alert. I mean, little move up afterwards, but nothing overly hefty, I would say. So let's see, let's configure. We could tighten this up a little bit. We're saying 20% above. Well, let's go 15% above the lower Bollinger Band now, right? Just for fun. Range. Let's give this a range. Let's give it a let's give it a 5-day range. All right, and let's go with a minimum of 1% just for fun to see this. And now let's take a look at the data that we've got. I would say there's a number of things. Twitter gapped down because of Elon Musk now not buying Twitter, or whatever's going on with that nonsense. I think gold, it's funny. If the market goes down, generally speaking, gold's supposed to go up. That has not been what we saw. But the market gapped up today. And also, if the market goes up, gold, generally goes down. And so we saw the market rocket today, and gold followed through like it was supposed to. So I think gold is broke. I think gold is broke. I don't think gold works the way it used to. That's all there is to it. I thought that for a long time, but I thought I was being proven wrong here with this move. But I mean, inflation ain't going anywhere. I'll tell you that right now. And for gold to do that makes no sense to me whatsoever, as far as what we're educated in economics, that gold is an inflation hedge and a flight to safety and all those things like that. And the market got absolutely drubbed over the last month, essentially, and gold is not held up its end of the bargain. So no, platform doesn't have dark mode. The best I can give you on dark mode is, give me a second, you can adjust your things in Windows. Just finding, there's a video Stephanie did. This is the closest you're going to get to dark mode. All right, you can do dark mode on the charts. You can do it on the charts, but that's it. But there's a way to manipulate your Windows background colors. Ah, God, when that happens. That's better. So that's what that would be my comment to you, Bill, about lagging the market or not. There's a nice alert right off of that. 11:15. Nice bounce. 65.94. Let's see. So got the alert here. This thing has a big range though. So you got the alert at 65.94 and this thing shot up to 66.30 something, 30 or so. So, you know, you had to be quick, but a move off that for sure. RWM, I think we looked at that. Yeah, that did nothing. So we still couldn't catch that alert better. So I don't know that the adjustment that I made on the scan made it any better. We just had tightening Bollinger Bands on this here. How to change a multi-window? Yeah, so let me load a multi-window to show you. Right click, properties, window name. And that's how you change it. And then you can name it up here, whatever you want. Is the idea around TI strength alerts to buy and hold the stocks at the start of the trading week and sell them at the end of the trading week? The way we have done all the metrics on any of the graphs you see is this. Let me load up bring up strength alerts here. Where are you, strength alerts? All right. So the back testing of the algorithm that we share all that stuff with is based on what I'm going to tell you now. The 5 stocks that are alerted here, they have to have made the entry price, all right? And then after making the entry price, it's a sell on the open. Let me make sure, because Michael was confusing me about this yesterday. Yeah, so sell on Monday open if you get the trigger, all right? And that's how this was back tested. So that's going to be, you know, those 5 that came here. Now, where do those stocks come from? They come from this window, generally speaking. Well, not generally speaking. Generally speaking, it's the top 5 ranked stocks in the window. However, things that will have us not choose them is when you have a ridiculous chart like this. When you have, let's see if there's anything else. Let's say if it was 5 oil plays, we're not going to pick 5 oil plays. And if there's earnings also and a buyout. So MTOR obviously is not going to make the cut. And so that's how that's, you know, done and determined. And that's what it is. And it's just relative. It's a relative strength index, essentially. Whatever Michael did to build it. I know it has some position and lifetime range of filters and things like that. The rest is secret sauce that not even I know. But that's how that works. That's how that was tested. All right, so let's finish up messing with this Bollinger Band scan here. So we're definitely finding some good stuff. I think, however, me changing that dollar range thing didn't really do a whole lot for that scan. So I'm going to get rid of that, or percent, or whatever I did. That 5-day range, I don't think that really did a whole lot to help us. Now, out of curiosity, so we're going to back test on this, all right? So let's set it up. We'll initiate the trades. Let's initiate the trades after 9:50. We'll initiate trades all day long. Let's give it a timed exit. Let's give it a 45-minute exit. Risk management. Let's not give it any risk management. All right, we're going to open up the full 64 days. I think there's anything else, and let's just see what happens here with this. What kind of trades do I consider to be the safest? I don't think there's really much safe swing trading, so there's really none at this point. I think the safest trades are the ones that you're really most strict about with your entry and exit criteria for your trading plan itself. So that didn't work out very well in the back test. That's a lot of trades, 6,100 trades. We got to refine that a lot. And I would say the safest trades are going to be the ones that you execute with your plan and take the money when it's there, because bear markets don't give you a lot of time to take money. Yeah, exactly, like Perfect Circle said there. Because everything gets hit in a bear market. There's no, relative strength isn't going to hold up well. There's no index that's going to hold up well. I would say the other thing too is look for the days like today, when we've just been so overdone because you have such vicious rallies in bear markets, bull rallies in bear markets. Some of the most vicious, rip your face off bullish days are in bear markets, and you see, these huge, look today, 10 points on the SPY, whatever it is, that it was up, so you're going to, find these, things where the market is, just down and grinding all these days, and all of a sudden, boom, you're going to get a day like this, and then you're going to get that grind for a long time, back down like this. So being able to identify a day like this earlier, where you say, all right, we've got our day where we're going to get the relief rally, and knowing to let things ride on that day maybe a little bit longer is also a key, is what I would say too. And knowing that when you've got these grind down days, anything you're up on, take that money and run, as the Steve Miller band. So just give me 1 second. Got to throw myself on mute. 1 second. Actually, you know what? I'll throw myself on mute 1 second. Let's do an optimization of this, and we'll run a back test. And while that back test is running, throw myself on mute. So time of day. Let's see here. 5 minutes, and see if there's any time of the day that's really terrible in this. So yeah, terrible early alerts on this thing. But also, that's where a majority of the alerts come in, is in that first couple of minutes. So, all right, let's see. Just out of curiosity, that's going to end up being a very fast back test. Yes, absolutely have to be okay with not trading, 100%. All right, so give me 1 second, folks. I'm just going to mute myself. All right, sorry about that. That made it even worse. If that was even possible. Didn't cut any trades out. Gee, I would have thought that would have been better the way I did that on that back test. Apparently not. I wonder if a shorter hold time bodes better for this as well. It's interesting because we saw a lot of good alerts early, I felt like. It was very terrible. Well, so a middle Bollinger Band scan like that's a 20 SMA. Well, no. Well, I don't know. Bollinger Bands essentially are, not essentially, they are a 20 SMA with 2 standard deviations above and below it. So, I would just say that, you know, you do something, a scan that involves a 20 SMA and the top Bollinger Band. That's what you would look for. So that's how you would do that. Yeah, I mean, you know, not surprising that you're having, you know, a couple of red weeks. I mean, not that, you know, it's not like, when I say not surprising, I mean, it's not surprising to see anybody have it in general. It's just that, you know, a lot of head fakes, and you know, there's no buying the dip going on right now. I'll tell you that right now. So yeah, I mean, you could, you know, you'd add a 20 SMA to it, Doodle. So you know, you come to search and 20 SMA. All right. And so yeah, you'd add that. You'd add that, you know, SMA percent from, where is a 20-day period, just the 20 period you want. There you go. This, nope. Where is the 20 SMA? Oh, there it is. Okay. For a second, I was like, well, I know we have a 20 SMA. So you'd add this and put whatever value you want. And then, you know, you go back, you know, to your Bollinger Bands here. All right. And you'd want to see it, you know, 50% above the lower Bollinger Band or more, essentially, is what you'd be looking for in doing something like that. Just interesting. And put this back to the original. I just want to look at the history again for today. And I'll go ahead and share this out and we're going to wind it down. So you know what I think happened is when we started to get up to some of these later alerts is you had the market fading at that time. And it just doesn't matter, you know, when the market fades, that's the end of it. You know, not a lot you can do. So yeah, the market was fading during this time. And then let's look at the later alerts again when the market started to pull back up again. And there we go. And there we go. Like clockwork. Like clockwork. Definitely some good idea generation out of this. You know, could it be refined better? Absolutely. So I'm going to go ahead and share this out. And as always, let me put it on regular. As always, please, 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 please save it to the cloud. This weekend, I will go through my cloud and I will delete all the scans I do not use, essentially. So that scan will be gone forever and forever after this weekend ends, unless you've saved it to your cloud. Not necessarily making a higher. What if, if you just get pinned in between the 20 SMA and the upper band, if the band just starts tightening, let's just say, here's your upper band, here's your lower band, here's your 20 SMA, for example, all right? And, you could ride in that middle area there, I see what you're looking to do with it, but I think you'd have to add some other kind of component to it as well to get what you're looking for at there, Doodle. Well, you can buy a random stock when that happens, and conventional wisdom is that over after the big crash in 2020, you could have literally done that with just about any stock and held it, and made some money. But that what do you do when it's not going up anymore? Do you just not trade anymore? You know what I mean? So it's no substitute for a trading plan. And there's gonna be today happens to be a day where everything was up because everything had been down so many days in a row. What do you do when a day where the market's creeping up but not everything is up? So, all right, we're at 425. If anybody has any other last minute questions here, software related, hit me up with those, please. I'm going to wind it down for test drive weekend, as I know there's going to be a lot of tickets coming in through the email through the weekend that I'll have to demand there. All right, so yeah, I shared that out with everybody. I'll take one quick peek at the sector analysis here. Let's see, clean energy, that was due for a bounce. That was due for a bounce. K-Web, I don't even want to comment. Uranium, yeah, I mean, a lot of these just look due for a bounce with the overall market anyways. I mean, not a strong sector among these. I mean, literally not a strong. So far, I'd say lithium is the strongest sector. Oil looked okay. China's garbage. XOP, but that's your oil and gas explorations. Anybody that knows me knows how I feel about XOP. I mean, look at the junior miner and the senior miner, senior silver miner, junior gold miners. I mean, that's just not what you expect in this environment. Somehow the Jets don't look beyond terrible. Thank you, Peter. Yeah, Daniel, fire it away before we wrap it up. Yeah, information tech, garbage, Qs, obviously we know. Energy, we know energy's been strong. So look at that IYE holding real nice. XLE is going to look very similar. Yep, there we go. Biotechs, we already know. I don't think anybody needs to crush biotech anymore. Retail doesn't look so healthy. Technology is beat up. IWM, obviously, we know. Small caps. Metals and mining have come off that big move. We'll see if they can catch a break now. So, I'd look at this here, being below that level right there. I think that's kind of a big deal right there. On metals, I think we take that out, we start to look back down at this 39.40 level. Perfect. I would say TRD, you need to take 3 or 4 days and not trade then. That would be my advice. Clear your head. Maybe even not look at a scan for a couple of days. Agriculture, interesting look from agriculture there, actually. Again, oil looks good. Medical devices look terrible. Emerging markets look terrible. Communications look terrible. Real estate doesn't look very healthy. I can give you these 2 things for back testing. Where are you? Sorry, just trying to locate the right links. So check that out there. And then this will have some stuff about the optimizer and the back tester in it in this link here. And then. This is old, but you might find some gems in there as well. And that's what I got for you. So, alrighty, everybody. I think that's going to be a wrap for me. Sorry, just logging out of some softwares and stuff like that. So I'll leave you with all that stuff. And, you know, sport, trade-ideas.com. That's where you get us through the weekend. All right, everybody. Happy Friday. Be safe. Hopefully you have some nice weather. Get outside, walk, do some journaling, do some reading, do some stuff for your mind away from the computer, away from the charts, especially, you know, TRD for you, but anybody else that's having some struggling moments here, get away from it all. Get away from your screens. Get away from, you know, if you've got a friend that's been bothering you, or you got a family member that's been bothering you, get away from them for a few hours. And, you know, whatever you got to do, clear your mind. Do something for your mind. You know, some people can't sit and meditate, but a long walk, go for 3, 4, 5 mile walk, you know, really get out there and stretch those legs. That's what I would suggest to you. It's you know, a way to press the reset button. We need to do that as traders, and, you know, more often than people realize. So again, thanks everybody, and you have a wonderful, safe weekend. Catch you back here for multiple sessions on Monday, and we'll kick off the new trading week. All right, take care.